Thank you very much for the wonderful opening. Please give them another round of applause.
Good morning. Oh, it's not working. It's okay. Maybe we. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Oh, I think, yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Welcome to Youth Agenda 2055 from Vision to Action here in Accra, Ghana. My name is Marina.
And my name is Joel Hatta, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to day one.
Before we officially begin, I would like to ask everyone in this room a few questions. Our young participants, our distinguished guests, and our partners and our leaders. And after each question, let me hear your applause. So first question, do you believe Africa and Japan can build the stronger future together?
Yes?
Let me hear your applause. It sounds like we're not sure about it. I get a little worried. Okay, let's go to second question.
Oh, okay. Do you believe young people can shape that future? Yes? Yes, I think it's getting louder.
Okay. And finally, do you believe we can turn that vision into action today? Let me hear your loudest applause, please. This is the energy we wanted. We are not here just to talk about the future. We are here to start building it. Once again, welcome to Youth Agenda 2055 from Vision to Action.
So our theme is Youth Agenda 2055, from vision to action. Today is really about that movement. From talking about the future to asking what we, as young people, can actually do to shape it. Bridging African and Japanese youth together, bringing African and Japanese youth together matters because the relationship between Africa and Japan should not only be discussed by governments or institutions. Young people need to be part of building that relationship, creating new ideas, partnerships, businesses, and solutions together. And that is exactly why we are here today. We are honored to welcome our distinguished guests and speakers, our partners, policymakers, development partners, and private sector representatives. And most importantly, all the young people and students joining us today.
So before we move on, we would like to take a moment to recognize our sponsors. Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation and Toyota Tsusho, Shibusawa and Company, Japan Tobacco, and Sakomi. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. So to officially welcome us to Ghana, it's my great pleasure to invite Honorable George Opere Ado, Minister of Youth Development and Empowerment of Ghana.
Oh, please be seated. Good morning, everyone. The chairperson, heads of government, institutions, and agencies, the National Youth Authority, the Chief Executive of the National Youth Authority, if it's here, or if his rep is here, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan, the Executive Director of the Africa Diaspora Network, Japan, the Executive Director of the Africa Asia Youth Nest, the President of the Pan-African Youth Union, representatives of the AFCFTA after Secretariat, representatives of the African Union Commission, development partners, distinguished guests, young leaders and youth representatives, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to Accra, Ghana, for the 2026 Youth Ticket Drive. Let me begin by saying something that I believe captures the spirit of this gathering. At Yokohama, on the margins of Ticket 9, young Africans and young Japanese came together and did something that governments and institutions often struggle to do. They did not simply identify problems. They did not prepare another wish list of grievances. They articulated a vision. They produced the Youth Agenda 2055, a clear expression of what opportunity, dignity, inclusion, innovation, and partnership should mean for the young people of Africa and Japan in the decades ahead. But what makes that moment particularly significant is not only what was written in Yokohama, it is what happened afterwards. The young people who developed that vision did not wait for governments or development partners or international institutions to pick it up and carry it on their behalf. They dedicated to carry it themselves, and that is precisely why we are gathered here today. This Youth Ticket Drive is about moving from vision to ownership, from declaration to implementation, and from conversations to action. Ladies and gentlemen, as the ministry responsible for youth development and empowerment, our role in this process is deliberately clear. When young people are prepared to lead, governments must be prepared to support. When young people are ready to build, governments must help create the enabling environment for them to succeed. And when young people have a vision, our responsibility is to take ownership of that vision. It's not to take ownership of that vision, but to help create the conditions that are conducive enough for them to be able to realize that vision. Yokohama gave us a vision of the future we want. Here in Accra, we must begin the hard work of building that future together. And in Ghana, we know that aspiration very well. We call it building the Ghana we want, a Ghana in which every young person has a genuine opportunity to learn, to work, to innovate, to participate, and ultimately to prosper. And let me emphasize this. The Ghana we want cannot be built by government alone. It must be built by government and the private sector, by civil society and development partners, by academia and industry, by traditional and religious leaders, and above all, by the young people themselves. That is why I wish to commend in particular the Africa Diaspora Network Japan and the Africa Asia Youth Nest for refusing to allow the Youth Agenda 2055 to become another important document that ends up gathering dust on shelves. You have taken this to the next level, and we commend you for what you have done. You have sought to translate a declaration into an institution, a vision into an alliance, and an aspiration into an ongoing platform for action and networking. The Africa-Japan Youth Alliance that we are here to formally launch is therefore not merely another organization. It is an attempt to create a durable bridge between young Africans and young Japanese, a bridge built on partnership, knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and as well as mutual respect for one another. And that deserves the full support of everybody who wants to see Africa and Japan grow together. Ladies and gentlemen, why does this partnership between Africa and Japan matter? It matters because our two regions are confronting very different demographic realities, but increasingly shared questions about the future. Japan has experienced a demographic aging, declining birth rates, productivity pressures, and the need to innovate in response to a changing workforce. Africa, on the other hand, has the youngest population in the world. In Ghana, Young people constitute more than 38% of our population. And when we speak about young people, our definition of the youth is between the ages of 15 to 35. But when you scale living down further, between 0 to 14, and then you put the numbers together, we are looking at more than half the total population of this country. This is not simply a demographic statistic. It is Ghana's greatest opportunity if we have the courage and capacity to rightly invest in it. Africa does not need Japan's charity. Africa does not need charity from anywhere else. And Japan does not need Africa merely as a market or a source of labor. What we need is partnership. We need Japanese technology, technical expertise, institutional experience, and long-term thinking to meet African energy, creativity, resilience, and entrepreneurial ambition. And the exchange must work in both directions, because Africa has lessons to teach the world too. We know something the world doesn't know. We know about resilience. We know about doing more with less. We also know how to live with very bad leaders. We know something about doing more when very little is given to us. We know about entrepreneurship in difficult circumstances. We know something about community creativity and adaptation. So when a young Ghanaian or a young Nigerian or a young Kenyan sits in any part of Africa, he knows how to survive. A young Japanese person may sit around the same table and may approach situations differently. And so when the two comes together, they can decide to build something that will be stronger and will be lasting and will endure and survive for a very long time. That is a model for the kind of international cooperation the future demands. Distinguished guests, an agenda that stretches across 2 continents and looks towards 2055 cannot be delivered by one government or one institution or one source of funding. It will require partnership that are sustained beyond individual projects and beyond political and institutional cycles. To our development partners, private sector leaders, international organizations that are here today, I therefore make a simple appeal. Do not see the African-Japan Youth Alliance as another worthy initiative to applaud and move on from. We see it a lot of the time. We come and sit in rooms like this, applaud, clap, and we go, and then we forget about all that was discussed. See it as an investment in the future we all claim to want. Invest in the young people. Invest in their ideas. Invest in their networks. Invest in their enterprises. Invest in the platforms that allow them to collaborate across borders. Because when we invest in young people, we are not simply solving today's problems. We are financing tomorrow's prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also speak candidly about Ghana. Because if we are serious about a global youth agenda, we must be honest about the challenges confronting our young people. Walk into many senior high schools and university campuses across Ghana today, and you hear young people speak about substance abuse, not as an abstract social problem, but as something they encounter in their communities and amongst their peers. Youth unemployment also remains a serious challenge. And when we ask young Ghanaians whether they would leave the country if the opportunity presented itself, too many say yes. We should not dismiss that response simply as young people wanting to travel and explore, but rather we must listen more deeply to their concerns. Sometimes it is a reflection of a young person asking a fundamental question: does my country have a place for me? Our responsibility as government is to make sure that answer is an emphatic yes. Yes, there is a place for every young Ghanaian. Yes, your talents are needed here. Yes, your ideas matter. And yes, you can build the future right here. And yes, the Ghanaian state is prepared to work with you to make that future possible. That is the task before the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. And we are not approaching that task with words alone. We are taking action. Through the Ejumera program, our National Youth Entrepreneurship Initiative, more than 14,000 young entrepreneurs have already received training, mentorship, coaching, and startup support. Through the National Apprenticeship Program, more than 14,000 young Ghanaians are currently being trained with deliberate attention to women and persons with disability, and most especially our rural folks, young people who find themselves in underserved communities. Through the Youth Explorer app, we are working to ensure that access to jobs, scholarships, training opportunities, and other opportunities is increasingly based on information and accessibility, rather than on who a young person happens to know. And because we recognize that economic empowerment cannot be separated from health and well-being of our young people, our Red Means Stop campaign continues to confront the growing challenges of substance abuse. We are also strengthening partnership with the private sector, faith-based organizations, traditional authorities, civil society, and development partners. These are not isolated interventions. They form part of government's broader reset agenda, an agenda founded on the belief that where old approaches have failed to deliver the outcomes of our young people, we must have the courage to rethink, redesign, and reset. This is Ghana's answer. But today, I challenge every institution represented in this room to develop its own answer. When we leave this gathering, I want every government institution, development partner, private sector organization, civil society group, and youth organizations here to be able to say, this is what we will do differently for the young people of this country. Not someday, not eventually, but now. Distinguished guests, the true measure of this gathering will not be the quality of our speeches. It will not be the number of photographs we take. It will not even be the applause we receive today. The real test will be what happens after we leave this room. It will be the substance of the Youth Tekad Accra Declaration. It will be whether the commitments we make here are translated into programs, partnership, investment, and opportunities. And most importantly, it will be whether the Africa-Japan Youth Alliance that is going to be launched here today is still active, still relevant, and still creating opportunities for young people 1 year from today. That is the standard by which we must judge ourselves. To the young people of Africa and Japan, I want to say something directly. You are not merely beneficiaries of the future. You must be co-architects of that future. Do not wait for permission to lead. Do not wait for someone to tell you that your ideas are important. Do not wait for government to solve every problem before you. Let's organize, collaborate, innovate, and challenge ourselves. And let's also hold those we elect accountable. And above all, let's build bridges across borders. Let's develop our taste for other people's culture. And let's see how we can cross border. Let's see how we can build businesses across borders, build partnerships that will leave this conference. And whilst you are in Ghana, please let me remember to ask you to enjoy our Ghanaian hospitality. Don't just network in here. When you are done from here, step out. Accra is beautiful, and there are many interesting places that you will see. And of course, don't forget our famous jollof rice. I know our brothers from Nigeria and others are here. Don't let anybody confuse you. The jollof in this country is the best, and so make sure you have a piece of it. And when you enjoy it, please be bold enough to go online and tell the world, Ghana's jollof is the best. And when you return home, do not leave the most important part of this experience behind. Take the relationships with you. Take the ideas with you. Take the WhatsApp numbers with you, and take the partnerships as well. Take the courage to pick up the phone 6 months from today and say, we met in Accra, we had an idea, let us all build it together. Because conferences and speeches and declarations are eventually fouled, but relationships can endure. And sometimes the most important outcome of a gathering like this is not what is written in the declaration, but a partnership that begins quietly between two young people who happen to sit at the same table. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa will not be built for young people. It will be built with young people. The future relationship between Africa and Japan must not be built merely between governments. It must be built between our people, our institutions, our entrepreneurs, our innovators, and most importantly, our young people who are the future. The journey began in Yokohama. Today, that journey continues in Accra. And from this moment forward, the responsibility for carrying it forward belongs to all of us, but especially to the young people whose future we are here to shape. It is therefore my great honor and privilege to declare the 2026 Youth Ticket Drive officially open. On behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Ghana, I warmly welcome all our distinguished guests from Japan, across Africa, and beyond. Welcome to Accra. Welcome to Ghana. And welcome to the next chapter of a partnership whose greatest story is yet to be written. May God bless our young people. May God bless Ghana. May God bless the good people of Japan. May God bless Africa. And may this enduring friendship between Ghana, Africa, and Japan last forever. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring remarks and for highlighting the role of young people in shaping the future of Africa and Japan. Thank you. We will now hear from the Africa Diaspora Network Japan. Please welcome Mr. David Pondeu, President of the Africa Diaspora Network Japan. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think after the minister speaking, I forgot about my script. Because everything I wanted to say, he said them all. And that shows how the idea of youth is synchronized. So I will not repeat myself. I will not come to repeat what the minister said. I want to go naturally, if you allow me. But let's clap for the minister for recognizing what we really want. Yes, that's the power of youth. And before, let me warm up the room. So we are talking about the Youth Agenda 2055. So I will say Youth Agenda 2055, and you will reply the future we want. And we'll say it 3 times. Are you ready? Yes. Are the youth in the room? Yes. I want to try. Youth Agenda 2055. Are you sure? Yes. No. If the future you really want, you will be more louder than this. Youth Agenda 2055. Youth Agenda 2055. Last one, be more louder. Youth Agenda 2055. Yes, the future we want. Thank you very much. And talking about the future we want, that's what gathered us here today. And we're talking about from vision to action. Youth should not be anything than action. I believe in that. If you dream and you keep in your mind and you keep dreaming, it will never be realized. So we believe that from the dream, you have to take action. And that's why we are here. So if you look around from left to right, you will see the 10 action points that everyone living in this room today need to remember at least one that concerns them, because we have gone through so many processes to get that done. So let me recognize first people in this room that I'm honored to have. And Excellency Minister, thank you for being with us today. We are very grateful for that. And His Excellency Ambassador for Japan to Ghana, thank you very much for being with us today. And of course, all protocol observed. I want to greet everyone. And of course, especially there is a Miss Professor Ikegame, we call the mother of TICAD. She's also honored to come from all over Tokyo to support this initiative, as you know where TICAD has really started. So we are here today not to keep talking only, but to go for the action. But let me take you back to how we get here. If you are not aware, I would like to explain what is the TICAD, because people maybe have seen TICAD, but cannot understand clearly what it stands for. So TICAD is the Tokyo International Conference on Africa Development. It's been existing for more than 3 decades. And that is a platform that brings Japan, Africa, and different stakeholders together. These have been existing for 3 decades, but the main challenge we had as young people, we've been observing, and we thought, if TICAD is talking about Japan, Africa, what will happen in the next 30 years? What will be our role as young people? Looking back, we said we want to take also action in the TICAD process. That's how, in 2024, we, as the African Diaspora Network Japan, which I'm honored to be the president, and the Africa Asia Youth Next, Japanese youth organization based in Tokyo, we came together and say, let's take action. Let's start with young people from Japan and Africa, a movement that will be incorporated in the TICAD process for young people. And that's how we designed the Youth Agenda 2055, the future we want, which was officially handed over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Japan, and of course recognized by the Prime Minister of Japan at that time during the TICAD 9. And beyond that, people may ask, why did we choose Ghana? Of course, at that TICAD 9, we had opportunity to interact with the President of Ghana. He was moderating the closing ceremony. And when we talked to the President, he has shown us his passion for young people and their vision. And he encouraged us to do something with Ghana. That's how, myself personally, last January, I came to Accra and went to meet the Honorable Minister in his office. I think the director, the authority, sport authority here, Mr. Freds, was able to be part of this process. And the minister, I was supposed to travel just a day because things were very hectic. And then we called the minister and he said, no way, come to my office before you go back to Japan. And we went to see the minister. He said, youth in Ghana, we need capacity building. We need entrepreneurship. If something like that is part of your agenda, we are with you. And that's how we are here today. I want you guys to clap for the minister. So from the president's passion for young people to the minister recognizing that young people should be in this process, we don't have anything else to do than being here today. So we are very grateful for that process, and we are here to implement the next step of our action. So today we will have 2 major outcomes. One, I think the minister already mentioned about it, Africa-Japan Youth Alliance. This one is the first in the history, and it's happening here in Accra. So people of Ghana, you should be proud of it. Are you? Yes. No, I don't feel like that. Come on. So it's happening in Ghana. And this is one of the key first outcomes. The second, we will have the Ghana Declaration. The declaration to help us to not stop at the level of conference only, but to be able to implement concrete action that will impact young people here in Ghana. Now, before I end my speech, I would like to recognize everyone who has been involved in this process, supporting us. Our team, tireless. Come on, look at people coming from Japan for this. I'm very proud of you. And they are all young people. When we struggle, we say we are looking for resource. They say if there is no resource, we will try and we'll do it. And they are here in this room. Second, you will see in this room some more younger people than us, of course, high school students who came from Japan. We have high school students from Hiro Gakuen. There are 12 of them with the delegation led by Professor Ikegame. They also say, we want to be here. Are you in the room? Great. So, we have in that delegation an artist who is recognized by the UN. And that artist was the one who sang. We sing at the Tokyo Paralympic. She's the only one, actually. And this artist, sorry to say that, is a disabled, visually disabled artist, all right? But she said, I will go to this trip. I want to go to Ghana with you. She's with us today. If she, in a condition, passionate enough to pursue a dream and take action to come to this meeting, everyone else will be able to do more than what they are doing today. All right? So that I want to recognize. And lastly, there are other high school students in the room from Ghana. Are you here? Okay. So why I'm mentioning about them, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japan, and of course in the African Union has a program, outcome of TICAD, of course, which initiated the Africa-Japan student program. And that program, actually, if you look at our policy number 7, what is written? Strengthening youth mobility and exchange through study abroad, language learning opportunities. That program have initiated for 5 countries the opportunity for young people, 25 from each of those 5 countries, including Ghana, to go to Japan, I think 1 month ago. And when we heard about that, and we know the high school students are coming here, we say they should come together to exchange. That's also something we recognize. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us today. And if I forget to mention any special partner, please forgive me. But I believe from this room, we will all go out with something. The minister have said it all. I will not go back on those, but let's enjoy the moment, let's connect, let's take action, and let's be young, which means action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pondeo. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Hiroshi Yoshimoto, Ambassador of Japan to Ghana, to deliver his welcome remarks. Your Excellency, please join us on the stage.
Thank you very much for MC for kind introduction. Honorable George Opalu Ado, Minister of Youth Development and Employment, and Mr. David Kupon-Debu, President of Africa Diaspora Network Japan, representatives of the Pan-African Youth Unions, distinguished representatives of the government of Ghana, representative of Africa-Asia Youth Network, and young leaders from Ghana, Japan, and across the African continent, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And also, I'd like to say welcome to Ghana, Accra. The president of ADNJ lightly mentioned, why Ghana? I'd like to add just one thing. His Excellency President Mahama used to work for the Embassy of Japan about 30 years ago. He has a close connection with Japan. Also, on the occasion of TICAD 9, he successfully organized a kind of a reunion with his former colleague in the Embassy of Japan. So, and also I'd like to mention, next year, 2027, Japan and Ghana marks a very special anniversary. 70 years anniversary of the diplomatic ties between Japan and Ghana. And also, you remember, speaking of the Japan in Ghana, Dr. Hideo Noguchi is well known. It's next year will mark 100 years anniversary since Dr. Noguchi landed Ghana. And also, the third anniversary, you know the JICA. JICA is very active in volunteer activities, so-called GOCB. GOCB marks the 50th anniversary since they started their volunteer activities. Having said that, it is a great honor for me to join you today for the opening of this very important gathering of young people across the nations for the Youth TICAD Drive here in Accra. I take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the government of Ghana, the African Diaspora Network, Japan, and all partners for this important occasion. As the president of ADNJ rightly mentioned, Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD, serves as an important platform for strengthening an equal partnership. In 2025, TICAD 9 was held under the central theme of co-creation of solutions to challenges. On that occasion, Japan expressed its commitment to addressing global challenges hand in hand with Africa, focusing on 3 priority areas: private sector-led sustainable growth, youth and women, and regional integration and connectivity. Locally rooted solutions are essential for Africa's development, and Japan remains dedicated to working alongside Africa as a trusted partner, continuously sharing and delivering solutions together. Under the banner of TICAD 9, thematic event Youth Drive from Policy to Action, opening the future through co-creation. Youth played a vital role as the leaders of tomorrow in the discussion at the TICAD. In May this year, in Kenya, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, His Excellency Mr. Toshimitsu Motegi, delivered a policy address entitled Sharing the Future of Japan-Africa Relations Through a Free and Open Indo-Pacific. There, Minister Motegi said, Japan aims to create an environment in which young people, the key actors connecting the future of Japan and Africa, can join hands with hope in their hearts and work together to build a prosperous society. This commitment was swiftly implemented as a follow-up of TICAD 9. Japan, in cooperation with the African Union Commission, established an international exchange initiative named Japan-Africa Youth Program. The program aims to promote mutual understanding among the younger generation in Japan and Africa, encouraging each participant to serve as a bridge and help strengthen ties between Japan and Africa countries in the years ahead. As part of the program, in June this year, 124 high school students visited Japan from 5 African countries, as President of NDJ mentioned. And also, namely Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Kenya, and Mozambique, and Ghana. 25 students from Labone Senior High School here in Accra represented Ghana in this exchange program. During their stay in Japan, Ghanaian students joined a tour of recycling waste management plant, participated in cultural activities, and engaged in meetings with high school students and university students as well, and stayed with host families. And also, we are expecting to hear voices from students of Labone High Schools, and their, I think, culture exchange later today. From the end of this month, another group consisting of students from Ethiopia, Senegal, and Rwanda, and Egypt, and Zambia will visit Japan. Coming back to the youth ticket drive, we are particularly pleased that this has been crafted to place strong emphasis on innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital skills. Around the world, digital technologies are transforming economies and societies. Japan is therefore creating opportunities to bring everyone on board to the digital transformation. As an example, I'd like to highlight an ongoing initiative under Japan Ticket 9 commitment on AI, artificial intelligence. At the Ticket 9, Japan committed to support the training of 300,000 young people across Africa in AI and data science. As an initiative for AI human resource development, the Matsuo Iwasawa Laboratory at the University of Tokyo is providing data science courses in collaboration with JICA online. The course, which began in April of this year, saw 10,453 participants from 39 countries, including Ghana. The free online courses by the Matsuo Iwasawa Laboratory will begin on September 17th of this year. I welcome your active participation. Application is already available. So we'd like to see many students and young people to apply for this online program. And thereby, we hope that Africa's young talents will continue to further contribute to further strengthening the industrial capacity of each country, which is key to Africa's further growth. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to encourage all of you here today to take full advantage of this opportunity as we embark on this youth ticket drive. Let us not only learn from the experts and the policymakers that this program offers, but also learn from one another among us. I believe the friendships that is about to be formed here will become the partnerships that shape Japan-Africa cooperation for decades to come. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and look forward to the outcome of these important youth interactions. Thank you very much for your attention. ありがとうございます。And Medai Sepa.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next, please welcome President Momoni Diala of the Pan-African Youth Union.
Good morning. Thank you. Because of Mr. Minister, allow me to not do my speech in French, because I'm French-speaking country. I'm from Burkina Faso. Normally, to be quiet, I have to do it in French, but I will try in English, not saying too much, saying a little thing to you. Firstly, allow me to recognize and congratulate, thank Mr. Minister of Youth for all the facilitation and all his job. We were outside Accra. It was outside Accra yesterday for Youth Day celebration, and today he is with us. And also I were in Niamey, Niger, yesterday, and today I'm here. After here, we are going to Brazzaville for another activities. All this to push African young people to the action. Also, I want to thank His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador of Japan, for all the supporting for this organization. And through you to thank all the government of Japan. I was there last year for the TICAD, and I participate to Youth TICAD. I have seen what Japan government is doing for the diaspora. This means that the connection between Japan and Africa is really, and we know today the ambition of Japan for the Africa. And we are very happy on this decision from Japan government during TICAD to push African young people for capacity building, principally on AI. And today, the big challenges that we have in Africa for African young people is capacity building. We need capacity, because if young people have capacity, I think so they can go to the action. For us, as the young Pan-African Youth Union, capacity building first and action after. If we have a capacity, it will be problem to go to the action. And I think so the diaspora network in Japan is opportunity for all the African young people to have the connection in Japan. And this connection will give us big two opportunity. The first opportunity is capacity building, because Africa, as the African young people, we need capacity building. AI, technology, agriculture, and so many things. And Japan have this capacity. Japan have this knowledge. And we need Japan to help to go to the collaboration, to partnership, and bring this technology and this capacity building in Africa. And the second thing is entrepreneurship. Today, we think so Japan have a lot of things that Africa need, and Africa have a lot of things that Japan needs. And if the young people go to the connection, we think so we can do so many things in entrepreneurship and business. And for us, we are very happy, and we are connection with Diaspora Network. We'll work together, because today, Pan-African Youth Union is working with Africa Union on the program which concern young people. And we think so we are based in 54 countries. And our headquarters is in Rabat. And this is the process for Diaspora Network and Pan-African Youth Union to see what we can do, namely for Japan people, for Japan young people, and also for African young people. And to To finish, I want to call everyone, as the young people, to the action. You know, we have not to come to the meeting and sitting in the meeting and going back to be in the same place. It's not good. The minister, the ambassador, and all the big man is here for you. By going, you have to have a good contacts. You have to move to your place to another place and to see what I can do, what I have to do to progress. In terms of the capacity building, in terms of the entrepreneurship, we have to move. Don't go to meeting, today meeting, tomorrow meeting, and not moving. It's not good for us. We haven't time. The world is going fastly, and we have to go fastly. And I want to thank everyone, and it's an honor for Pan-African Youth Union for being here. You know, my Secretary General is from Ghana. We were in Burundi for the peace dialogue with the president of Burundi. Now he's in Addis Ababa. Normally he's coming here for being with me. And the Pan-African Youth Union is very open, and we want to push young people in Africa for the action. Donc, for the francophones, je suis très content d'être là. Merci beaucoup, et je pense que nous allons passer de meilleurs moments. Et c'est une opportunité pour chacun d'apprendre, non seulement sur l'apprentissage en tant que des jeunes qui avaient besoin donc de l'apprentissage dans le domaine de la technologie, de l'intelligence artificielle, et j'en passe, mais aussi c'est une opportunité de connexion pour l'entrepreneuriat, pour le business, parce qu'en tant que jeune, on doit bouger. Il ne faut pas rester à la même place, passer le temps donc à venir à des rencontres. Notre devoir aujourd'hui, c'est de nous construire, nous être indépendants, mais aussi accompagner donc le développement de notre chère Afrique pour construire l'Afrique que nous voulons. Viva Africa! Viva Africa! Ah, viva, viva. No coffee for everyone? Mr. Minister, we need the coffee first. Viva Africa! Viva Africa! If I say Viva Africa, you say Viva. Viva Africa! Viva! Viva Africa! Viva! Viva collaboration Japan and Africa! Viva! Viva collaboration Japan and Africa! Viva! Let's go to the action, young people. Thank you, everyone.
Merci beaucoup, Président Diala, pour votre message inspirant et surtout pour votre engagement. Thank you very much, President Diala, for your inspiring remarks and for reminding us of the important role of young people in shaping Africa's future. We will now hear from the African Continental Free Trade Area Policy Network. Please welcome Mr. Louis Afult, Executive Director of the African Continental Free Trade Area Policy Network.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, distinguished invited guests, the indubitable TICAD fraternity, and all partners. First of all, congratulations for this achievement, David and team, for pulling this. Congratulations also to the governments of Japan, Ghana for the support, and all stakeholders duly commended. After Policy Network is the largest NGO in the after space that made Ghana proud by being the first to sign an MOU with the ASCFTA Secretariat. We realized that when the agreement was going to be signed, if you leave it to the African Union and governments, and I want to borrow the words from the minister, don't depend on governments alone. We have to be the private sector to drive the ASCFTA agreement. It is for us. It is for us. And so we realized that we have to have an MOU to work closely with the Secretariat from the private sector perspective. And so we started this network since 2017. We work closely with the government of Ghana and the African Union to see how ASCFTA can be implemented on a faster pace. The World Bank estimates that 25 years old, we have 60% of the continent's population, the youth, under 25 years. And then 30 years, under 30 years, 70% population in sub-Saharan Africa. The ASCFTA, I think that recently the Afrobarometer says 13% of the continent's awareness are aware. It's so unfortunate. 13% are aware of the African continental free trade. The Africa we want, the one market. We are trying to get to a position where we'll be like the European Unions, having one market. The intra-African trade in Africa is growing. We are less than 20% compared to other regions, Europe, Asia. And it is very important for us to understand that 54 countries have signed this agreement, ratified, and 50 are currently trading. Beyond that, another important key is that a protocol on youth, women and youth in trade, has been adopted. It's for you and I, the African youth. In that protocol, governments are mandated to support the trading. By the way, when you hear trading, a lot of youth cut themselves off. Oh, then I'm not part of it. No. The ASCFTA has in its agreement what we call the trade-in services. And I want to be very practical. The trade-in services has about 12 priority areas. And that 12 priority areas, you don't necessarily have to be in goods trading. Under the 12 priority areas, we have educational sector or educational services. You can export your services, your technical skills outside Ghana. You can move to a country, Burkina Faso, Kenya, wherever, to sell your skills. We have also the health services. It's so wide. You're a doctor, you're a nurse, you want to work somewhere else apart from your country. The ASCFTA provides that environment. Then you have tourism services. In fact, one that really struck me most is the culture and sports services. We need to have intercultural, we need to have sports services. And you can tell how African youth, you are really sport-oriented. We have the environmental services, construction services. And then another key one is the financial services. I was speaking to His Excellency, the Ambassador, in the area of, apart from these ones, you have the financial services and then ICT. So you don't necessarily have to be somebody ready to trade before you benefit from the ASCFTA agreement. And I want to commend Ghana. Ghana has been very consistent with the program of the ASCFTA. If you look at Ghana's trajectory, you could see that we have been very consistent. And I'm also very happy to the President of the Republic of Ghana when he declared that there's not going to be visa fees for Africans who travel to Ghana. I think that is a big applause that we have to give. Secondly, he has also declared that when he assumes office 2027 as the AU chair, he's going to ensure that the Caribbean becomes part of the ASCFTA environment. That means that the diaspora has been captured and we can improve upon trade. That is a good initiative. In fact, currently, Ghana has declared Region 7, that is those diaspora within the US and over, as part of, to integrate into this whole continental free trade. I want to urge you, those of you who are professionals, you have a lot to benefit from the ASCFTA. I got a call just about 2 days ago, a young man. They said, I want to go and buy, this is the second time I want to go and buy from Morocco. That is, I want to go and buy carrots. How can you help me? How can the ASCFTA help? Where do I get? I said, look, that's very good. He has started trading. It started with the idea. It started with the next action. So he goes to, for the carrots, what do you need? That's why the minister is here. I'm sure the Ministry of Youth Development have a lot of support packages. for you to want to be in trade. Others said, look, I have a shoe, I design shoes. Where do I move from here? All these have been inculcated and is built in your country. So go to your country, go to the Ministry of Trade in your country, go to the National Development Offices in your country and ask for support packages that has been agreed by the heads of state under the ASCFT. I want to really commend this program, and I want to urge all of us, connect with each other so that the next time you meet, you are trading either goods or services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Afu, for your remarks. Thank you. We would also like to acknowledge Dr. Zuzana Swidrowiski, Director of the Socioeconomic Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Unfortunately, she could not join us in person today. However, she has kindly shaped a warm message of support for today's event and for all the young people joining us here in Accra. We are very grateful for her message and support.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, partners, fellow participants, media, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mrs. Caroline Obin. It is my honor and privilege to deliver these opening remarks on behalf of Dr. Zuzana Swidrowiski, the Director of the Socioeconomic Development Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. I will now share her remarks. It gives me great pleasure to send my warm greetings to all of you gathered in Accra for this important youth summit. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, and the choices we make today about education, skills, employment, technology, entrepreneurship, and leadership will help determine the Africa we will see in 2055. Young people should not simply be discussed as the future. You are partners in shaping the present. Your ideas, creativity, and leadership must be at the center of the decisions that affect your lives. This summit is particularly important because it brings together young Africans and Japanese partners around a shared vision. The Africa-Japan partnership should increasingly become a partnership of people, knowledge, innovation, investment, and opportunity. As you deliberate here in Accra, I encourage you to speak boldly, challenge conventional thinking, build relationships across countries and continents, and translate your ideas into an agenda that can influence policymakers and the future of Africa-Japan cooperation. The future we want will not simply arrive. We must shape it together. On behalf of ECA's Socioeconomic Development Division, I wish you a successful, productive, and inspiring summit. That concludes the remarks of Dr. Zuzana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now move from our welcome remarks to our keynote address, TICAD and Youth Action. Our keynote speaker is Professor Mieko Ikegame, former UN focal point and lead negotiator for TICAD, former director of the UN's Office of Under-Secretary General and Special Advisor on Africa, and the Special Advisor to the CEO of the AU NEPAD Agency. Professor Ikegame, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor to come to Ghana again. I've been to 30 African countries and maybe 20 Asian countries, working in United Nations for 33 years, from the age of 28 to 62. So you may think I look Japanese, but I'm a UN person. And if you ask, where is your heart? I say my heart is for Africa. Thank you. You know, in United Nations, 70% of our work, both in development and peace, is in our African region. So it is natural for anybody working for UN, Africa is the center of our life. When I joined to UN, I had no idea if I'm going to work for Africa. As you know, in Japan, we are more closer to Asian countries. But Africa, meeting with Africa excites you because you have such a vast variety of people and people-centered culture, diversity of your history, diversity of your music, diversity of your food. What a fascinating countries. But what fascinated me most is the history of Africa and how Africa has been treated by the international community and what potential Africa has. The rest of the world do not know much about Africa. So, still working 40 years, I'm learning every day about Africa. Let me tell you a little thing about my personal life. When I was little, I was born in a small town in Japan. I went to the seaside and looked at the sun sinking, and I thought about the people who see the sun rising. And I said, I would like to know the world beyond this horizon and go out from my little town to the world. When I talked about to my parents said, don't go to the seaside because you could be kidnapped by North Korean people. But I broke that rule, and I used to go to the seaside. And I promised to myself, I'm going to be out of my hometown and going to the world. When I told these things to my friends, they said, oh, you are dreaming. That's a big ambition. I don't think you will achieve it. But here I am, working in the UN for 33 years, and being here in Ghana again. Anything is possible for you, young people. Be courageous in pursuing what you can do, what you can contribute to the international community. So when I retired from the UN, the first thing I encountered was I found I had a lung cancer. And my husband, who used to work in the Japanese Foreign Service, also had a stroke. So until then, I thought my life will continue. But all of a sudden, you realize tomorrow you might die. Life has an end to it. We decided to set 2 missions in our life, the rest of my life. One is to bring the justice to Africa. Secondly, help for the brighter future in the world. That means to give the opportunity and our knowledges to African young people. So these are the 2 missions. I'm supposed to speak only 5 minutes more, but I just started my talk. I hope you are patient to listen to me. I work also as a special envoy of former president of South Africa, President Mbeki. He says, if you don't understand the history, you will not be able to deal with today's issues. It is important to know what is the history of your country and yourself and the world. From that point of view, I would like to give a small history of TICAD. Probably I am the only person who knew how TICAD was created. Many previous speakers talk about Japan-Africa relationship, but TICAD is not the bilateral relationship and cooperation between Africa and Japan. TICAD differs from all other bilateral forums. TICAD is a multilateral forum. In fact, TICAD was born out of United Nations. That's why there are co-organizers, UN, UNDP, World Bank, and African Union Commission. How did it come? You remember that Japan was almost like a developing countries in 1940s after the war, and being occupied by government of US. When Japan became independent from government of the United States, Japan joined the United Nations in 1957. Same year, Ghana also joined the United Nations. Ghana is the first country in Africa who became independent, and the United Nations helped decolonization and the independence of many African countries. For that reason, UN has a big role to play for the many of African countries. So after Japan joined, and when the contribution was less than maybe 1%, soon after 1 decade or so, Japan became the second largest economy in the world. And the year 2000, around that time, Japan's contribution to UN was nearly 20%. So US has 25%, Japan 20%, 45% by 2 countries in United Nations. As Japan grows, Japan realized that there is a big expectation from developing countries as a model of the successful economic growth, and from the developed countries, the role in international security, not only economic cooperation, but also on political spheres. In the course of that, Japanese government realized Africa is a key for the international peace and development. However, Japan was, just like myself, not really familiar with Africa's situation, as Japan never involved in the political issue of African countries. So, Japan decided to find out how Japan could learn about Africa. To learn Africa is to hear the voice of Africa. TICAD is not to find out the cooperation between Japan and Africa. First, TICAD is to hear the voice of Africa. It is only when you understand the needs of the people and requirement of the countries, your cooperation makes sense to you. So ownership of Africa should be first, and the partners should be in response to the requirement of the African countries. So this is how TICAD has evolved. And at that time, Japan was initially thinking of having only once the TICAD. But it was African countries who encouraged Japan to sustain TICAD process. Do you know why? Because at that time, for Africa, it was only Western countries who were considered to be the partner. And Africa needed diversity of leverage on political sense and economic sense. And Japan was bringing Asian countries alone. That's why today you have China, Africa Cooperation, Korea, India, Turkey, many bilateral cooperation evolved out of the process of TICAD. So I would like you to remember, TICAD is not bilateral cooperation, but it is a place for Africa to speak of their visions and their requirement among themselves and get the international community to learn about Africa, because international community's peace and development only possible when the Africa cooperate with international community. Now, why Africa? First of all, Africa is the only region which is growing its population very fast. Soon, when the world population becomes 10 billion people, according to UN, 4.8 billion people will be in Africa. That means almost half of global population will be living in Africa. And out of that, 70% of the population is a dynamic population, young people. Thirdly, Africa doesn't need to depending on anybody. You must not allow any countries to sabotage or block information coming to Africa. Africa is free from that. Information technology helps you freedom to get the information you want. This is going to be a big change. And it is now we have this great opportunity to break the traditional relationship with the partners and international community. Fourthly, Africa has a natural resources. All international community and economy requires these national resources. They can't develop their own economy without Africa cooperation to provide the natural resources. Issue is how to manage the natural resources. Fifthly, soon we will face food security, both food production and food safetyness. 60% of non-used arable land is in African continent. We are going to depend on Africa, how we are going to eat. It's the basics of our life. And finally, before you know it, consumption pattern and way of life in Africa is dramatically changing. More than 30% of your population belong to the middle class. Africa is dynamically moving forward. But remind you, the future of Africa is in the hands of the people and the young people. Each one of you is responsible how to contribute yourself to your family, to your community, to your country, and also to the international community. Think about your life. David said, it is action now. I agree with him, but action without vision is nothing. You have to first think, what is your vision for the future of the world, future of your country, future of your community, and future for your family? And plan ahead in 10 years' time what you will be doing, what you would like to do. And then think about, in 3 years' time, where you should be. And today, how you should act for it. That is how you should live your life. Don't give up. I am the proof of a little child to an international person. If I can do it, everybody can do it. And the world is going to be with you if you have a vision. The world needs only 5 people who has a good vision that will lead the better world. And we really count on young people, and we expect you to be the world wonderful leader in the world. And Japan will be working side by side with Africa, like anybody else in the world. Have a faith in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ikegami, for sharing your insights and experience with us. Your strong message for Africa and Japan reminds us of the importance of working together and creating opportunities for the next generation. Thank you. And now we come to an important moment in today's program. We are pleased to officially launch the Africa-Japan Youth Alliance. This alliance is an opportunity for young people from Africa and Japan to stay connected, continue learning from one another, and turn the connections made through programs like this into long-term collaboration. Because today's meeting should not end when today's program ends. To officially launch the Africa-Japan Youth Alliance, we are pleased to welcome Ms. Terry Otieno at the Africa Diaspora Network Japan, and Ms. Ami Saito, co-founder of Africa and Asia Youth Nest. Please join me in giving them a warm round of applause.
Good morning. Ohayou gozaimasu, minasan. Ohayou gozaimasu in Japanese. Good morning. Distinguished guests, representatives, and partners and fellow young leaders. My name is Ami Saito from Japan. I'm a co-founder of this entire initiative. It is my great honor to stand here today.
And I am Terry Otieno from Nairobi, Kenya. I am a policy lead in the Africa Diaspora Network Japan. I'm also one of the co-chairs of the TICAD Youth Initiative, and I'm very happy to be here. Today, we represent hundreds of young people from Africa and Japan who have worked together to shape a common vision for the future. We would like to share not only what we have achieved so far, but also what we believe is the next chapter for our relations.
それではまず最初に背景をご説明いたします。I would like to show you the background. We are living in the time of major global transformation. The challenges we face, from climate change and economic uncertainty to technological disruption, do not stop at national borders. At the same time, the relationship between Africa and Japan is evolving. It can no longer be a relationship between only on support and cooperation. Today, we need a partnership based on co-creation. Remember, so the key word of this session is co-creation. Mutual learning and shared leadership. Africa brings extraordinary strengths, a young and dynamic population, cultural diversity we love, innovation, and growing regional connectivity. Japan contributes decades of experience in technology, implementation, governance, and human resource development. And when these strengths come together through young people, something powerful happens. This is why we co-founded the TICAD Youth Initiative, a youth-led platform to co-create the future of Africa and Japan together.
Our journey started in 2024 with a youth survey covering 55 countries and territories. Since then, we have organized workshops, stakeholder dialogues, youth drives, and Youth TICAD 2025 alongside the TICAD 9 held in Yokohama last year. Japan, more than 1,000 young people have participated in this movement so far. We have engaged governments, the African Union, and the United Nations Development Fund in this initiative. For the first time, youth representatives brought together co-creative agenda, Youth Agenda 2055, directly to major TCAD stakeholders. And we have been involved in plenary sessions, and the Youth Agenda 2055 is more than a document. It is a shared commitment. It consists of 3 pillars, 2 enablers, and 10 action points. You can check the elaborated document online, and we will also distribute it across the tables.
But today, so could you please go next? But today, we would like to focus on what comes next. Okay, Professor Ikegame has just said that we need vision, and we have vision, Youth Agenda 2055, the future we want. What we need is a sustainable ecosystem that keep people connected and working together long after an event ends. This is why we are launching the Africa-Japan Youth Alliance. ユースアジェンダというビジョンを達成するためにアフリカジャパンユースアライアンスという組織を立ち上げます。この会議で立ち上げます。The Alliance is a permanent platform connecting young leaders, youth organizations, governments, academia, businesses, and development partners across Africa and Japan. It is a community designed to turn Youth Agenda 2055 into reality. Through the Alliance, young people from Ghana, Japan, and many other African countries will be able to continue learning, collaborating, and creating solutions together throughout the year, and keep activating and realizing the 3 interconnected frameworks that include, number 1, TCAT Youth Advisory Board, number 2, Youth TCAT and Youth Drive at the conferences, and number 3 is TCAT Youth Fund for driving youth ideas into action.
The Africa-Japan Youth Alliance that AMI has just showcased right now is structured in both strategic decision-making and continuous year-round operations. Our governance relies on the Africa-Japan Youth Alliance Council, which holds meetings every 3 months to guide the overall direction. Supporting this is the Africa-Japan Youth Alliance Secretariat, which drives our activities throughout the years. The Secretariat is divided into 5 specialized teams: team conference, team outreach and PR, team policy support, team community management, team fundraising. These teams hold bi-weekly meetings to manage our operations and projects. Finally, we are supported by the advisory panel, which includes JICA and UNDP. We engage with them through monthly meetings to exchange information and receive essential guidance.
もしこのアフリカ・ジャパン・ユース・アライアンスに参加したい場合は、3ヶ月に1回の会議、各週の会議、がございます。そちらに参加していただければ、常にこのアクションに参加できるということです。We invite you to join our movement and help shape the future of Africa-Japan relations. Get involved. Whether you can join us an individual in our secretariat. With joining the bi-weekly meetings, contribute as a partner or sponsoring organization, or collaboration with us on specific initiatives. We want to hear from you. Please scan the QR code on the screen now, or if you cannot scan it now, so please ask any organizers. We would like to share it with you. And let us know how you would like to participate through the form. Your involvement is the key to drive these efforts forward. Let's work together.
Let us move beyond dialogue. Let us move towards co-creation. Let us build the future we want together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And before we continue with our discussion, we are going to change the energy in the room a little. Please join me in welcoming Hirari Sato for a musical performance. Our performer, Hirari Sato, an award-winning Japanese singer-songwriter and composer from Niigata, Japan. Hirari has inspired audiences around the world through her remarkable musical talent and dedication to social impact. She first gained national recognition at the age of 9 as the youngest ever winner of Japan's Gold Concert and has since performed internationally, including at the world-famous Apollo Theater in New York, where she became a weekly champion. She has performed before Their Majesties the Emperor and the Empress of Japan, sang the Japanese national anthem at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, and most recently performed with an orchestra at Italy's Rossini Opera Festival and St. Paul's Cathedral. She also appeared at Expo 2025 Osaka, where she performed the national anthem and her original compositions in support of disaster recovery and world peace. Beyond the stage, Hirari is committed to using music for social good, supporting disaster-affected communities, and creating music that inspires hope. In addition to her career as a singer-songwriter, she is also an accomplished composer and music creator. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ms. Hirari Sato.
Thank you. Amazing grace, how sweet that sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but
Never.
now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, with no less days to sing of praise than when we first began. Amazing grace, how sweet that sound that saved a wretch like me. I was The next song is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley, for the very beautiful performance. Let's give her another round of applause. Before we move on, we would like to take a moment to take a picture. All of our speakers and those who delivered remarks during the opening session to please come forward for a group photo. minutes coffee break. Please take this opportunity to refresh, connect with someone new, and continue the conversation from today's session. And please move to the exhibition center. The coffee will be ready in 5 minutes, so start moving to the exhibition center slowly.
just such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're filling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Five lives, five lives, five lives.
Seat and let's continue. The next session will start shortly. to our next session, the high-level keynote dialogue. The theme of this session is Building the Future Together, Africa-Japan Cooperation and Youth Leadership for Inclusive Growth. The theme of this session is this session brings together perspectives from Africa and Japan to explore how we can strengthen cooperation through innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and youth leadership. To guide us through this important conversation, please welcome our moderator, Mesteri Otieno from Africa Diaspora Network, Japan.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and above all, the young people in this room. Welcome to this keynote conversation on building the future together, Africa-Japan cooperation and youth leadership for inclusive growth. We are now going to welcome our speakers, our panelists. We have, we have Hiroshi Yokoyama. Hiroshi Yokoyama began his career. Hiroshi Yokoyama. All right, you can guess. I am not from Japan. So yeah, welcome to the stage. Hiroshi Yokoyama began his career in Japan security industry before joining the Japan Overseas Cooperation Volunteers, where he supported women-led initiatives in rural communities in Kenya. In May 2022, he founded Excel Africa, a Nairobi-headquartered consulting firm connecting Japanese companies and entrepreneurs to the African market. Now, welcome Keitai Tsushihashi. Did I get that correctly? Keitai first traveled to Ghana as a university student, volunteering at an orphanage there, which led him to found a student organization supporting its self-reliance and later graduate into research and agricultural, economic, and crop distribution across more than 300 farming households in Ghana, Eastern region. In 2019, he founded Kambag Farms and Supplies Land in Tamale, Northern Ghana, which supports local farmers with productive farming methods and shared agricultural machinery. And now, Jewel Hatter. Miss Jewel Hatter, she is our speaker as well, but I'm sure you've seen her all over from morning, doing really great emceeing. Now, Jewel Hatter is an international business professional with deep knowledge of both Japanese and African culture. She currently serves as a business co-creation consultant at Excel Africa, Inc., supporting Japanese companies in expanding into African market. She studied sociology and Spanish at the University of Ghana, where she conducted research on social issues from a locally grounded perspective. Working closely with private companies, government agencies, and NGOs, she is committed to creating initiatives that generate business value and social impact. And so, without much ado, I would like to introduce you to today's panel discussion. Before we begin, a word on why we are here. Over the past year, young people across more than 40 African countries and Japan co-created Youth Agenda 2055, The Future We Want, a shared roadmap on what these partnerships should deliver over the next generations. Now, over the next 50 or so minutes, we will hear from our 3 speakers organized in 2 themes. The first theme will be the youth, innovation, and economic opportunity, where we are going to hear on who built a company connecting Japan businesses directly to the African market. Then we will have the bridge of Africa and Japan youth, where we will hear from those who have spent over decades building institutional bridges between Africa and Japan. All right, we are having the president of Africa Diaspora Network Japan joining the panel. He is David Pondehu. David, do you need another introduction? Network with Davidson. All right, so David is replacing Professor Osbury. Okay. Now I will go to Hiroshi and Keitai. I would like to ask you questions on youth innovation and economic opportunity. Both of you built companies from the ground up. That create direct economic opportunity for young people. One in market access consulting and one in agricultural enterprise. What convinced each one of you that building something yourselves rather than joining an existing institution was the way to create that opportunity? Yes. Is the mic working?
Hello. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. So, my name is Hiroshi. So I'm the CEO of the Axel Africa. Yes. So I managing the several countries at this time. So one is called Axel Africa, the headquarters in Japan, and then another company is called the Axel Africa Consulting, the headquarters in Kenya. So today I'm based in Kenya usually, so I came here from the Kenya this time. So let me answer about her questions. So why I established my company and to the business by myself. So first I will be back to my past experience. So when I was 20 years old, so I made a promise to myself. This is my lifetime mission, to contribute to solving the poverty in Africa through business. So after working with Japanese companies for 3 years, I made a decision to join the JICA volunteer and went to live in the rural area in Kenya. So I have now worked with Africa for 14 years. So on the ground, I felt one thing very strongly. So people in Japan did not really understand Africa. So even then, there were many chances to solve social problems through business, but almost no one was sharing this with Japan, and no one was connecting the two sides. So there was a real chance, I believe, but no one to tell the story and no one to build a bridge between Japan and Africa. So that was an empty space I saw at that time. And also learned this, when Japanese company just visit in Africa for a few days, collect a report and go home. You know, almost nothing happens. So only the people who spend real time on the ground can take the next step. So, big company and the organizations focus on big deal. So small company and the young people get left out. So I started my first consulting company in 2017 and Axel Africa in 2022. So from the start, my keyword was co-creations, building things together. So my job is not only to connect markets, it is also to share the real African situations with Japan. So opportunity is born in the empty space that big organizations do not touch. So I chose to stand in the space by myself. That's why I established my company in Africa.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from Keitai.
Hello? Yes. It's okay. Hello? Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's okay. So, my name is Keitai Tsuchihashi, and she introduced we are running the farming business. Our main business is three main business. One is we are doing the large-scale farm in northern Ghana, and also we are doing the combine harvester and tractor rental business there. And from last year, we started the drone spraying business. It's not in Tamale. We are running based on the southern Ghana. So I answer this question regarding for this drone business. Why I started this drone business is we are doing the farming. Then we face difficulty to find someone who help to spray our farm. So if I call the farmer don't come, if I call someone who spray our farm, they come like, oh, I will come next week, but they will not come like that. They didn't come like that. So we don't have a choice to do by ourselves. Then we recognize that this drone business is very helpful for Ghana peoples. Yes. And we try to find someone who have a drone, but in Ghana, there are no company who run in this business. So we think it's very good for this Ghana market. That is why I started this business. Yes, this is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Japanese capital companies and know-how into the African markets. Mr. Sushi Hashi, your work introduces practical agricultural capacity machinery into rural Ghanaian communities. Where do your two models actually overlap in terms of what young people need to seize opportunities? I will repeat the question again. Where do your two models actually overlap in terms of what young people need to seize opportunity? We can start with Mr. Hiroshi.
Okay. So as first, our work looks different. So I bring in the capital and then the Japanese company to Africa. And then the Tsuchihashi-san brings machinery and the technology and maybe the farming skill to Africa. But I believe deepening down, so it's the same work. So in a youth program, we run with the University of Tokyo and then the UNIDO, called the ASEP program in Kenya. So I said it this way, so what African business really needs is to turn idea on paper into real experience on the ground. And three things makes that possible: a network, the power to move quickly, and the power to translate. So money by itself does not create opportunity, right? And then like a tractor and itself does not either. So what turns them into opportunity? It's always people. People who translate, people who build a trust, and the people who pass on skill, so they take root in the local community, I'm believing. So I gave some examples. So Japanese startups sold the farming product in Africa. So they did not just export the technology. First, they tested it together with local research organizations. Then they brought in the government, seller, and then the farmer. So only after that did they sell it widely. So I would like to say doing the step in the right order. This is where our two models meet. So young people do not only need access, I think they need the skill to take what comes in and make it their own. So I'm thinking the key is for young people to become that layer of translation and trust in Africa. Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from Keitai-san.
Yes. As Mr. Yokoyama-san has explained, our company is bringing the farming like machinery and also technology to Ghana. And sorry. It's increased the farmers' productivity, and also they can reduce, we can reduce their inputs to farmers. For example, our drone, if they use our drone service, their productivity increases 20%, like 30%, and also they can reduce our cost. But we can help this, but if their productivity is increased, they cannot, if they are not placed to sell their products, they cannot do. And also, if they can earn money, but if they cannot find another investment, if there are no space to investment, the farmer and also the young people who want to do agricultural business, they cannot increase their income like that. So in this point, I think in my understanding, Mr. Yokoyama-san's company can help or collaborate each other. Then we increase more business chance, is my understanding.
Thank you very much for that question. Well answered. And please note, many of our speakers are very fluent in Japanese. And so when they're trying to express themselves in English, note the level at which they have had to work hard to get to where they are. And so that should work as an inspiration for us to learn how to speak in Japanese, right? So I'm going to a third question to both of you. What is the single biggest barrier to economic opportunity for young people in your respective sectors? Let's start with Keiti-san.
Keita.
So my opinion is there are mismatch that the young youth people want to do, and the market needs is their mismatch. I think there are now Ghanaians like youth, but I think there are a few people who want to do the spring how can I say? There are few people who want to do the spraying in the rural area. It's because it's very heavy knapsack, and sometimes it's health risk like that. But in their farm area around I stay every, and their farmer is every day they are trying to find someone who helps the spraying, but they complain like they cannot find someone who helps. So there is a job, but the younger people don't want to do this job. It's like my understanding. But I think my business, for drone spraying business, is like my operator is from Accra, but they want to do they are happy to go to rural area and do the spraying business. So I think that kind of technology can change the job. The younger people I don't want to say don't want to, but not willing to do, but to change to the want to do like that is my opinion. Yes.
Hiroshi-san.
Okay, the barrier. Okay, so
yes, the barrier.
My personal, well, let me start. My personal barrier is the language. I'm the native Japanese speaker, not English speaker. Yes, but I'll try. So in my work, okay, so connecting Japan and Africa through business. I said I'm providing the consulting service for the Japanese companies. The biggest barrier is not money and not talent. I think it is a lack of trust and lack of information. So when Japanese company come to me, the first thing they say it's not about money and also the product. So they say, I spent 3 months in Nairobi, but still cannot decide on the company's plan. Or someone introduced me to the local partner, but I can't tell if I can trust them. So what stops the first step is not effort and not the product, I believe. So it is not network, knowing how to arrange the money and not having enough information. So for young people, this becomes two walls, so two barriers. So first, there is no trusted way in and no patient money that can wait. Second, it's hard to get that first project that proves who you are. So both sides have talent and money. What is missing is a bridge that connects them well. So yes, so I think the chance to really know each other. Yeah, money, not money and talent, the bridge connects the trust and the information. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So as you've heard, the biggest barrier we have of young people getting economic opportunities is one, interest on some kind of jobs, right? So we have a high affinity to whatever it is that is in the urban center. But whatever it is that is in the rural areas like farming, we don't have a high affinity to that and much more. So perhaps if we start changing our mindsets, we might get somewhere. And also, as Hiroshi has said, trust. You might have everything, but what you're missing between each other is trust and also people-to-people exchange, cultural awareness, to build that trust and to also see what other people are doing as the first step. And so I will hold on to the last question that I was to ask the two of you. I will move to the next section and then come back to you later to answer the last question. And so to David-san and Jewel Hata-san, we are going to discuss the Bridge of Africa in Japan. Both of you are in a very unique situation where you have lived in both areas. David lived in Japan, in Africa, then in Benin, then moved to Japan. And then Jewel, you were in Japan and then moved to Africa. And now, right now, you crisscross each other using flights, but still hold that valuable experience that we would like you to share with us. Now to the first question. You've spent over almost a decade, Davidson, building institutional bridges between Japan and Benin and also the rest of Africa. And Ms. Hatter, you've moved cross-country projects between Japanese and African partners forward. So my question is, what does a genuinely functioning bridge between these two regions actually require, socially speaking, for the connection you've made?
Thank you.
Okay. Please switch on the bits and marks.
Okay. Same is working. Thank you very much, Terry, and thank you to the panelists for providing answer to the question. So, you know me as a president of Africa Diaspora Network Japan, but then let me introduce myself as another title, which is my main job. So, but before getting there, allow us to say sorry for Professor Sako, who is supposed to be in this position, and because of flight disconnection, he couldn't make it. But I'm the right position to be here. That's why I just came to sit here, because Professor Sako is a founding director and executive of the Africa Diaspora Network Japan. So we work together. So his opinion is also my opinion. That's why I give myself the honor to be here at this moment. Now, in the business area, I am actually in charge of Africa business for Persona Group Future Gateway. Persona is the leading human resource company in Japan. One of them, I believe, 25,000 employees. And I joined that company in 2017 through a capacity building program. And after that, company they trust me and give me the opportunity to continue working, running the program as actually Secretary General. And lastly, which is news that maybe I want to build on what Hiroshi-san said, the trust it took me 9 years discussing with the company, and finally they agreed to establish a joint venture with me to bridge Japan and Africa. So he mentioned about trust. And this trust for young people is very important. The patience and the capacity to understand it takes time to realize things. Now you want me to talk about my position as a bridge builder. Correct. So from this position, I think we have been engaged in different institutions as ADNJ. We organize business forum, for example, annually in Higashi, Osaka every year to bring together Japanese and African companies, all right? And beyond that, we are involved in several activities which make us be in this position. I will not say it's a legitimate position, but we are working hard on bridging the two worlds. And our bridge, beyond maybe what Hiroshi-san was saying, is adding the cultural element. Because for us to even go to business, you need to understand each other's culture. You need to establish a strong communication among people to people. And then the trust will come from there. And through that, we can now come and discuss business. So that's the work we have been doing, and that's where we position ourselves in this area. I hope I give you an answer of part of your question.
Yes, sir. You actually answered the question because I was asking you to respond to and tell us what a genuinely functioning bridge is, and you've told us it's trust, so knowing each other. So what we're doing right now, creating platforms for us interacting with the Japanese and Africans. The more you do it, the better, because you get to understand each other and each culture, and with that you build trust, which is what you've told us. Thank you very much, David-san. I will now move to Jiwel. Please respond to the question based on your perspective. What really makes a genuinely functioning bridge between Africa and Japan?
Okay, thank you, Terry. So I'm Juro Hatta once again, and I work at AXA Africa as a business development manager, and I support Japanese companies enter Africa market, and also facilitate the partnership between African companies and Japanese companies. And from my experience, or what I can say is that I really think that there is already a bridge between Japan and Africa. And I think we already have a strong foundation of relationship between these two regions. And as for coming generation, I think we are privileged to be able to build on what was created by previous generation or over years. But I think what we mean by functioning bridge must be revisited again and again, because I think narrative has changed, and therefore the relationship also have to change. And in my opinion, functioning bridge now means co-creation. And I know Hiroshi just mentioned co-creation, and this keyword, we've been hearing it a lot, but I think it's really important because for a long time, when we talk about the relationship between Japan and Africa, it was understood as more or less about Japan to Africa relationship by a lot of people. And even for me, I always wanted to be involved in the relationship between Japan and Africa, even since I was a child. But it was more about how can I contribute to the development of Africa. And when I moved to Ghana, when I was 18 years old, that really changed my perspective, because Ghana opened my eyes in the way that Ghana or Africa in general have many opportunities. There are many opportunities here. There are innovations and also young people with passion to create the future. So I think it's now important to think that for both Japan and Africa, to think that what we can build together and what we can create together to help each other. And I think what makes the relationship between Japan and Africa now more interesting is that a lot of our opportunities and problems are complementary. Yes. So we want to see more ideas or people or technology or industrial knowledge flowing in both directions. So yes, I think for functioning bridge, I think what we need is co-creation.
And I'm amazed at something you've said. I've never really thought about it, that when you're thinking of building bridges, you should take advantage of what has already been done before, because as she mentioned, we already have that connection. So as young people right now, we just have to figure out where that connection is and continue building on it. So it makes our work a little bit easier if we want to continue with this co-creation aspect. And so that is a really important point you said, and yeah, amazing. So let's go to the second question to, again, both of you, David and Joel. Where do the two of you see this bridge working very well at the moment? If you could pinpoint one or two cases where this bridge is working very well at the moment between Africa and Japan, and where is it still fragile or moving in only one direction?
Interesting question.
Thank you, Terry. The fact that the bridge exists is already an asset. So I think I want to recognize that. And if you observe very well, the platform like a TICAT has been founded in 1993, I believe, like 3 decades now. And that was already a bridge. Even, of course, Professor Ikegame was saying it's a multilateral platform. It did bring Japan and Africa together already. Now, beyond that, when you look at the involvement of TICAT, it starts with the name already indicated, Tokyo International Conference on Africa Development. It doesn't say on Africa and Japan development, all right? So that already was a stereotype, or it was solving the problem of the moment, where we talk about economy, we talk about peace and security, and social affairs. Now, with TICAT development, I believe from TICAT 7, it starts discussion about economic aspect, which is a partnership, business, and those elements start getting involved in the TICAT process. So it was not only about the original idea of bringing, this item of supporting Africa, but it started moving to partnership. And that aspect is very important. Today, TICAT is talking about partnership, and that also is an asset. Now, recently, which means from last TICAT, from this partnership economy aspect, we start putting youth in the center of TICAT. That also is an asset. Now, something I really admire and can recognize here, TICAT have always been supporting this human capital development. And you can see through JICA, we have programs like Abe Initiative Student, different type of scholarship for African youth to go to Japan to get education, to get capacity building and co-create. All these are good assets. The challenge, or what is missing, as you mentioned, is being able to follow up on this bridge activity. Because after the conference, after different policy discussion, the action to me was weaker. I mean, that's where we young people, we find ourselves to follow up on the discussion that have been made. How do we become accountable for things that we discuss? Now, when you look at from the African side, we also claim partnership, and sometimes it's a bit funny, if you allow me, I will say, people will say, okay, if you're discussing partnership, what are you bringing on the table? All right, we have to be confident on what we are bringing on the table. And today, what we're bringing on the table as Africa is already, as you can see in this room, young people with a lot of talent. All right? And if you look at the average age between Japan and Africa today. In Japan, we're talking about 49 years old. That's the average age, nearly 50. If you come to Africa, we are talking about 19 years old as average. So I could see a gap there that we can fill to strengthen the bridge. Thank you.
So once again, I really think that the bridge between Japan and Africa is strong and it's functioning to different levels. I think TICAT, as David mentioned, is a great example. So TICAT, I was very inspired by the story shared by Professor Ikegame earlier today, but TICAT really played a pioneering role in not only in the relationship between Japan and Africa, also the international context. So I think that's really as young generations, we are really privileged to be able to continue on what was built over the years. And also at the personal or micro level, I think we see more closeness between Japan and Africa. I travel to different African countries, but I always meet people who can speak Japanese, who have visited Japanese or who have previously studied in Japan, or have Japanese friends, love Japanese food, culture, or animes. And even here in Ghana, we see many good Japanese restaurants. We just visited a ramen restaurant this week, but I think that might be a small thing. I think that's also a change. And also that's happening in other direction as well. If you go to Japan, Japanese bars or clubs in Japan now, you hear more of Afrobeat music. And I think it wasn't very common just 5 or 10 years ago. And last year or last 2 years, South African artist Tyler came to Japan to perform, and she attracted a large audience, and I think that's also something to be acknowledged. So I think distance between Japan and Africa it's definitely getting smaller. But where I see this relationship still fragile is turning those interests or connection into deeper economic and professional relationships. So when we hosted Africa Business Forum in Tokyo this year, yes, one of the key important theme was how to accelerate co-creation between Japan and Africa and help Japanese companies move beyond POCs and actually commercialize their businesses in African market. And I think that says a lot about where we are right now. There are interests, there are pilot projects, there are partnerships exist, but there's still a gap between exploring the opportunities and actually entering the market and build sustainable businesses. So I think now since we have a bridge and already connections, and there's so many Japanese companies who are interested in Africa or individuals who love Africa or Japan, vice versa. So now we need to support the movement between these two regions and help individuals or businesses cross that bridge that was built.
All right. Thank you very much. So now I'm going back to Hiroshi and Keitai, and this question can also be posed to David-san. Yes, and then I will ask a separate question to Jewel. However, let's all prepare as participants to now ask questions, right? After this final question, I will open the floor to you. So write down any question you would like to ask about this session or to any of the speakers, okay? All right, now this question is going again to Hiroshi, Keitai, and David-san. What is the one signal each one of you looked for that showed you your idea was ready to scale up? What is the one signal each one of you looked for that showed you your idea was ready to scale up? Because all of you are founders. And you are working between Africa and Japan. So for David-san, for you to really start a DNG, what was that one thing that made you know, like, oh, now it's time to start a DNG? Same to Hiroshi. Like when you sat down after being a JICA volunteer and you decided, let me start Axel Africa. What is that one signal that made you decide it is time to start Axel Africa? And same to Keitai with the agricultural company. So let us start from Hiroshi. Please share your perspective on that one aspect that showed you it was ready. It was your time to scale up Axel Africa.
All right. Okay, thank you for the unique questions. Okay, so the signal, right? So simple sign. I thought I watched one similar sign, a simple sign. So that's the same requests keep coming from different people who do not each other. It means if the same problem appears again and again, it's not like it's demand, I thought. So to check this, I wrote down every inquiry and sort it into two groups. First one is a new and first-time contact, and then the another one is a repeat or referral. So the repeat showed me that pattern. So the clearest proof was this wall that 12 students hit on our youth program, as I said, and the wall that the Japanese companies hit when entering into the African market were exactly the same. There was no one who could make a decision on the ground. So once you see that, so you know it's demand, not chance. So into 2025, the last year, so this shows up the numbers for our companies. So Axel Africa, so we worked with more than 20 Japanese companies and then the public organizations. And also we hosted over the 50 students to the Kenya and Tanzania through our training program. And I gave more than 100 mentoring sessions for the Japanese entrepreneurs with interest in the African market. So I learned one more thing. Skills come from the systems, not from willpowers. So I'm writing blog, the article, to introduce the African situations every day. So not because I'm strong, because I set a simple and then set a simple routine and fix the time. So because in the same, business is the same, I think. So once you turn a repeating need into a system, scale becomes possible, I believe.
Keitai-san.
Okay. So my answer is there also, for me, there are two points to show the scale. One is operations, and one is one is a stable operation, and one is a stable customers. So for stable customers, it's regarding for this drone spray business, we get some repeat customers. We get normally we need every month it needs a spraying. So customer call me and they don't complain about the price, and they just call me and please come, and they continue 3 times, 4 times like that. And we at that time we recognize or it is become scale. And also customer, they like a TikTok, so they took videos, and I didn't a request, but they took a video, and I'm with Obroni, I'm with white man, and I took I'm nice farmer because I'm with Obroni and flying the drone like that. At that time, I think it becomes scale because we don't need to pay so much for advertisements. And second point is operations. And now today also my colleague operator is going to farm. Then they are doing the spraying by themselves. So results my observations, they go to farm and they contact the farmer. So it needs a time it needs a half years like that. But now we, how can I say, their system without like so much my, yeah, like that. But it's sometimes it's risky because if I ignore, if I say like, oh, you can go everywhere if you want, like that, it's very risky. So I make a system to report and also to check how many acres they spray, like that. We make also this like checking system. So now my operator can go farm themselves like that.
All right.
This station, I understand it's become its scale.
All right, thank you so much. I have gotten from you that you really have pinpointed stable operations and stable customer base. And also that pinpoints the fact that you selected Ghana because of the stability that is there in order for you to conduct your business in a long way without hoping or foreseeing any thing that is going to stop you from doing that. So again, as Africa, what you're getting is we need to make sure our organizations or our country gives that stability and like connected to peace and security and governance that will allow other people, including those from Japan who are innovators and entrepreneurs, to come and set base in our countries. So yeah, and then you also mentioned something about risk, which makes me really do know that you are an entrepreneur, because no entrepreneur can operate without risk. It's always a high risk environment for you to believe in your idea and have capital, whether it's from yourself or from other stakeholders. So yeah, that is great learning. Now let's go to David-san.
Thank you, Terry. For me, the scalability is phase by phase. Like every time I move, I want to take new challenge and to go beyond, all right? So back in Benin, before even I go to Japan, I have realized there is a potential with Japan, because I used to coordinate some activity for NPO in Africa, in Benin mainly. And Japanese organization, company, people who come, usually they are not only interested in how to make money, they will ask you, how can this impact your people? That's something that touched me, because I was considering myself as a social entrepreneur. Find the problem, solve it while making business. So I thought Japan is a place I can learn more from. I quit my job and went to Japan. I was not sure what will happen there, but when I went through that capacity building program, then I realized, are you from Africa? And that is it. And I say, no, Africa is 55 countries. So if you say, are you from Africa, and you stop there, I cannot talk about what is happening in Kenya or maybe in other country, because I am from Benin. I can give you more if you ask me specifically about Benin. So I thought there is a need to come together as African in Japan to showcase Africa. That's how I start talking to other African organizations, and there is many of them. And sometimes you will see in one country there is 5, 10 associations for only one country. I say, no, let's come together, then we become more stronger to talk about Africa. And that's how the first phase came in. And when we establish that, we start moving. Today, you will see in everything we do, is always new challenge. And you will see the biggest challenge we have taken actually, which is a part of this question you mentioned, was having the Pan-African restaurant in the Expo last year, which is which welcomed 500,000 people in the Expo. So that was another phase. So every time we're moving, we see new challenge and we create opportunity around that. So my conclusion will be, what make us get to this new phase It's not one, it's step by step. And that's the way I've been moving.
Thank you very much. Now I will open the floor to one or two questions. Anyone who's ready with a question to our panelists? Can you have a mic? Please stand up and we'll ask you.
Yeah, hello everyone. So my name is Victor and I work with Tachibana International Ghana. So I could relate to my two entrepreneurs, especially the one who works in the agribusiness sector, who works with farmers. So my question has to be, so it goes this way. So when it comes to our more focus on the climate change mitigations, right? So you are trying to find solutions for farmers. So I want to ask, in terms of your drone system, do you have in the future, do you have plans of where farmers could, maybe your system is able to detect that, okay, farmers should know when to do planting or when they should do their spraying? Because right now farmers are not able to naturally predict the farming season, right? Because those days farmers could say that, oh, in July it will rain, but now climate change has changed. I mean, a lot of things have changed. So does your drone system have, in the future, be able to predict to farmers that, okay, this is a good time for you to do your planting or harvesting or the combined harvesting or service that you provide to farmers? Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Kitai-san, yes, the question is for you.
I want to confirm, his question is like, is there a new...
The question is asking if your system at the moment, like the drone system you have, can it integrate, let's say, the weather pattern in order to predict for farmers what time to plant and what time to spray and what time to harvest because of the climate change that is happening at the moment around the world?
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. Yeah, we face this like prediction because like the weather forecast in Ghana is not accurate. So and also it's difficult for us. You know, but also we have some small drone. Like we cannot predict the weather, but we have a small drone and to monitor the fertilization of the farmland. So sometimes we use this small drone. Then we advise the farmers like, oh, your farm is like nutrition is small, so you should spray, like that advice. And also we advise your farm is too much weeds. So like that's kind of the advice we are doing.
All right. So
okay,
right
sorry.
now he says that his farm and his drones are able to monitor the fertilization, or rather the way the germination goes, and they can tell if the farm needs more nutrients, then that goes with fertilizer and spray. But he's already said that at the moment his company cannot do what you're asking, which is weather prediction. And that now sets it as a gap, which is a business opportunity to us. We cannot look at gaps or challenges as, oh, these are now stressful moments. So I think at this moment, we have already identified one business opportunity. So hey, you, if you want a business idea, here it is. Develop an application that can support farmers to understand the current weather pattern and make accurate predictions to when they will plant and until when they will harvest. And so I will open the floor to a second participant.
Okay,
we had
a
gentleman, and now we will have a lady. I'm so sorry, let's interact after this in the exhibition area. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Haruna Muntala, Executive Director of I4Peace Foundation. My question goes like this. Majority of the youth here have the passion to become entrepreneurs and business men and women. You have shared a lot of experience. But when we hear the stories of how people's businesses have been collapsing, it becomes some kind of scaring moment which draw us back not to venture into entrepreneurship and business. So I would like you to share with us what are the strategies you kept in place that makes you grow so that will also convince us for us to develop on it to become successful entrepreneurs and business moguls in the country. Thank you.
Paraphrase your question in one sentence.
Yes. What are the business growth strategies you put in place that makes you successful entrepreneurs and business moguls? Thank you.
All right. Ready? Hiroshi or David-san, what strategies do you use?
I think what is mentioned is very capital even for any activity we do. Strategy is the key. So finding the opportunity and matching your offer. All right. So I think what I see in this situation, you may know I mentioned before about the gap between Japan and Africa currently. I talk about the average age. I talk about also technology opportunity. So you have to find the gap first. And then when you see the gap, you build on it, all right? So Hiroshi is having for example, Excel Africa, and we're having different business here. So we may notice in what one is doing, there's a gap for satisfying maybe the market, and you come with additional solution. So going to meet the need. The brother over there said he wants something related to the water focus who can help agriculture to farmer to predict. Anything that our entrepreneur here could do to fill up that gap, I believe it become part of their business strategy to scale up. Now, the scalability can be different ways. Maybe you want to scale up the business itself, or you want to scale up the funding, depending on how you want to scale up. But if you ask me about the funding to scale up in terms of growth of your funding, I believe you have to show very strong track record, all right, to stakeholder. And sometimes if you get to that level, you don't even look for partner or people to get involved to grow your business strategically. People will come to you because you have shown them the opportunity, you have shown them the track record, which in one word is still the trust.
Thank you so much. So that concludes our question and answer session. But for the sake of gender, I might want to give an opportunity to a lady. Did I see Addison's hand up? Well, any lady with a question? A lady, please.
Thank you. So my question is quite simple, but before then, I want to make a remark on something. Based on my observation from the beginning, we were elaborated on how Japan partnered and then created so many opportunities, exchange programs, and all that. My question is quite simple. As a registered health worker and a small business owner, my skill is specified in garment construction. And then I called it 3 levels of impact: economically, employment, and then stability. Here is my question. My day is surrounded with imparting life, taking risks, and profit margin. But then in specific, I would want to know, what is Japan expecting to get in return out of all this involvement and developmental focuses? Thank you.
All right, that's such a good question. And trust you me, there's a gentleman that will be very well positioned to answer it because he's a diplomat, he's an ambassador. Unfortunately, he's not here with us. So keep that question and please talk to him and then come back and tell us what he told you. We would like to know that as well. So now I'm coming back to the panelists with the closing statements. If there's only one message you would like to leave to these young people right now, what would it be? One message. It can be, hey, goodbye, but it can also be visit our office. But it can also be something more impactful, like how to build trust. Can we start with you, Davidson? What is your message to us today?
Thank you very much, Terry. I think for your question, I will connect with you and I will elaborate more on that. But before I answer to what Terry mentioned, I think Japan, what we've been going on between Japan and Africa, there are so many data, there are so many resources to understand, and the reason behind is again why we are here, like bringing people to people connection. And I mentioned before, when you do business with Japanese, they're not interested first in how do we make money. That's my knowledge, because they are interested in people. And in that sense, if you look at everything that is happening, compared to, of course, other parts of the world and other type of other partners, I think Japan approach is very humble, but creating big impact. There are so many information that is not disclosed, because if you ask me personally, I will say Japanese does not position themselves doing too much PR of what they are achieving. And that's cultural, right? Because I discovered it in Japan. So all this I would like to discuss with you. Understanding the culture is the key, but Japan has been doing a lot in Africa through different type of partner, or reason behind, of course, is part of the culture. So coming to the point that you asked regarding my message to the young people, I will say, we often doubt when we are young because we don't know the direction. We are not sure where to go. But let me tell you one thing. When in doubt, take action. Because through the action, you learn, you grow, and you can create more impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Jewel. What's your message to us as young people?
Okay. Thank you very much. So I mentioned that I believe co-creation is very important going forward. And I really think that we have already begun the journey. Here today, we have many people from Japan, Ghana, and beyond. And we are here with shared vision, more or less, shared vision or passion. And we are ready to act on it. And when it comes to taking action, I think what's beautiful about coming generation is that we don't always have to wait for institutions or governments to help us. We can connect with each other through social medias, and also there are so many people in different countries, Japanese people in Africa and Africans in Japan, as Davidson is. So you can even meet somebody through me today. So I think we just have to keep taking actions and take advantage of the resources we have. And when we have opportunities, we should visit Africa or Japan and understand the market and the culture and the country through your own lens. Before that, yes, we can always do that through our partners or friends' eyes. So, yes, I think we should keep having the passion and dream and vision and take action to actualize that dream. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much. Now we go to Keita-san.
Okay. So if like today's attendance and if you want to start some like business, I think you can start from small scale. Like Ghanaian says like, oh, minisika, it means like I don't have money. But like for me, I started this business from where I was a student. I started like only one plot, the garden in the orphanage. Then after that, we borrow the land 1 acre and we do the rice farming like that. And steadily, I increase the business. So I think even there you don't have small money, but you can start some small. So I think two of them also say action. So I want to say like you can do something.
So take action. Take action is the message today. And that is what we will take to our capacity building sessions. But let us hear from Hiroshi. What is your message to the young people?
Yeah, so I'm thinking my last message, but David and then he already shared with them. I'm sharing the similar things with you guys. So you know, after 14 years with Africa, my life, I'm sure of one thing. So the future of Africa and Japan, it's not made by the big company, government, and big money alone. You know, it's made by people. Yeah, so one by one who choose to stand in the empty space and build something together. So Youth Drive also said from aid to co-creation. I like that words, yes. So, and taking about changing nothing, talking about change nothing, when you move, things change. So take action. I want to say again, so take action. So every one of you here can become bridge, I'm believing. So do not wait to be a perfect, start small and keep showing up. So that's where the future really begin to move. Yeah, this is my last message.
All right, thank you so much for all your contributions. So let's be on the move, let's take action, and you don't have to be perfect. And amazingly enough, his keywords are on the next session. And I know you've been seated and you're wondering, am I going to speak? And guess what? The next session is a one-on-one. It's an open floor dialogue. So be ready. We have a really, really renowned person coming in, but that I will leave to the MCs to explain. But it's a good open dialogue session that is coming up. Now, thank you very much. We may take our seats.
Thank you.
Are we taking pictures?
Picture.
Should we take pictures? Do we need pictures?
This is my picture.
Should we? Oh, all right. Can you stand, Davidson? A good suggestion. So,
Good
yeah,
suggestion.
pictures for the panel, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, another one? Oh. Okay.
All right. Photographer, many photographers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. 結局やることは同じですね。ありがとうございました。はい。そうです。1年前にも、はい、こちらこそありがとうございました。引き続きよろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much to all our speakers for the inspiring and insightful conversation. We now move to our next session, Inspire Us, passing the baton to the next generation of youth leader. This session is about the knowledge, experience, and inspiration we can pass on to the next generation of young leaders. To lead us into this conversation, please welcome Professor Fred Awa, Board Chairman of the National Sports Authority.
Okay, standing on the existing protocols, I want to welcome all of you to this session. I am unsure what made TICAD invite me. I don't know whether they are inviting me as an academic or a politician or a businessman. But I'm going to share all of the perspectives, and I think that maybe by the end of the period, someone would have learned a thing or two from my life journey as a professor, as a board chair of the National Sports Authority. So I started my education in Bolgatanga in the Upper East region of Ghana. That is far from Accra for purposes of clarity of our colleagues from Japan. At class 6, I became head prefect for the experimental primary school in Ghana. That's how my leadership journey began. Somewhere at the Tamale Polytechnic, I became the organizing secretary for the Association of Management Students when I was doing my HND. And I think I started getting visible when I became first president and founder of the Association of Business Administration Students at the Institute of Professional Studies, now University of Professional Studies. A year after that, I got myself becoming the vice president of the Students' Representative Council of the same university. Thereafter, I attempted becoming the president of all of the students in Ghana. Unfortunately, at the elections, I lost. But this is where the conversation begins. For all of you here, how many of us want to be successful in the things we do? Can I see by hands? All right, everybody wants to be successful. All right? How many of us want to fail at the things we do? Can I see by hands? Fewer hands, right? Okay. I want to tell you today, ladies and gentlemen, that failure is an integral part of the success story. Say failure. It's an integral part of the success story. So I lost the opportunity of leading Ghanaian students. I lost the elections. But did I stop? And the answer is an obvious no. I continued. The following year, I went into the Congress not wanting to be president of the National Union of Ghana Students, but I then wanted to be a representative of Ghanaian students on the Student Loan Trust Fund, the board that gives Ghanaian students money. Fortunately, I won. But again, ladies and gentlemen, there was a government policy that year that every year the board is represented by somebody from the National Union of Ghana Students. And although I won my elections, that year a representative had to come from the Ghana Union of Professional Students. Are we together? Aha. It was actually Ghana National Union of Polytechnic Students, GNUPS. So I won the elections all right by 76% of people, students gathered at Congress and voting for me. That was an overwhelming victory, true or false. But government had a policy that NUCS, or the National Union of Ghana Students, would not be on the board that year. Does it not look like failure? It does. But I didn't give up. The following year, I went into Congress again. I campaigned and I won. Representative of the National Union of Ghana Students to the All African Students Union. For those of you who do not know what the All African Student Union does, it is the mother body of all of the students on the continent. And lo and behold, at the All African Students Union, I won my election and became the Secretary General of the All Africa Students. Now, what you would note from this narration is that I met a number of hurdles, true or false. I kept failing. Sometimes I didn't fail, but I found resistance. Are we together? But I persevered and I endured. So if you are here in this room and you find a challenge relative to whatever you are doing, it is important for you to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that failure is an integral part of the success story. That is about my engagement with the student movement. At a given time, whilst I was Secretary General of the All African Students Union, Commonwealth Students Association came knocking. Fred, can you be Ghana's representative to the Commonwealth Students Association? I served there, and I did diligently. Of all of this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, what you must understand is that whilst you are a young person and you keep working diligently, people notice you. People watch you. You may not know who you are impacting, so you have to be consistent in everything you do. Now, enough of my growth within the lenses of the student movement. I know some of you are also entrepreneurs here. And entrepreneurship can take every shape or form. I give you my personal example. When I finished my first degree, the bachelor's, I started national service. For the purposes of our Japanese friends, national service is a compulsory state-related service to the nation after finishing a tertiary education in Ghana. Whilst on the national service, I felt that I needed to start an entrepreneurial venture. Indeed, I didn't have capital because I just got out of school. But I knew I could trade in knowledge. People say knowledge. Okay. So I looked through my notes from level 100 to 400. Which components of the notes can be turned into a business idea? Then I remembered level 200 business program on a Saturday. Student Representative Council ensure that there is massive attendance. I will give 10% of the gate proceeds to what? To you. Madam, if you are the president of the Student Representative Council and you are seated, all you need to do is to let the hall get filled and you get 10%. Would you be energized to do it or not? You will. True or false? So that, and you know, I also grew up as a student leader. So almost all of the university, the student leaders there knew me. So I used my networks. Are we together? So I started filling halls in different universities across the country and making 90% of the proceeds in those conversations because I would cede 10% to what? The Student Representative Council. And all of that brought me some bit of money. But I wear so many hats. As I did that, I knew leadership would grow me into national political leadership. So I aligned with a political party, the National Democratic Congress. We are not in opposition, we are currently in government, so you can clap for me. So whilst growing up, even in opposition, I kept diligently working for my political party. Proud to say that whilst we were in opposition, I was part of the team that drafted the sports policy of the current government. Whilst in opposition, I was the spokesperson conveying the message of sports of the then opposition National Democratic Congress to the people of Ghana. And luckily for us, we won elections. So today, I sit as board chairman of the governing board of the National Sports Authority. I am unsure which part of this message motivates you, but if you are a young person and you are in this hall, know that failure would come your way. Once you remain ambitious and you want to go places, you would fail at instances. Are we together? And as you fail, there must be a certain understanding that you will have to get up and rework to be able to achieve your goals. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst I was doing all of this, I knew that to grow politically or to grow in business or every endeavor, you have to keep schooling yourself. So from bachelor, I went to do a Master of Philosophy at the University of Ghana. Then I went out to do a PhD at the University of Burundi. But you know, there are instances where some eras of misfortune look like doom days for others, but opportunity for what? Another. Do you all remember COVID? You remember within the COVID period, we had countries had to block others from getting into other people's countries and all of that. That is where I did my PhD online. Are we together? At the comfort of my home, I studied and got a PhD. Now, as though that wasn't enough, whilst I was finishing my first PhD, an opportunity came from the World Bank. They call it the Africa Centers of what? Excellence. And they were training Africans on ICT education on scholarship basis. I hooked up onto it again. So apart from my first PhD in public administration, I went further to get a second PhD in ICT education. So when others were crying within the COVID period, I saw an opportunity there to what? Use the period to learn. Again, I am unsure whether you are a businessman, an academic, or a politician. But what I'm trying to establish here, ladies and gentlemen, is that in every difficult time lies an opportunity. So politician, am I doing well? I believe so. Academic, am I doing well? I believe so because I am a professor today. Business, am I doing well? I believe so. Now, I do not do student conferences to make little monies. I engage in things that empower other young people so that beyond me, there will be a generation of African leaders who can look back and say, Fred is successful because we also benefited from him. Ladies and gentlemen, the intention is not to have a long speech. The intention is to tell you that if Fred did it, we can also what? Do it. And the question you may want to ask yourself, especially my African colleagues, is, did Fred come from a home that filled his hands and mouth with honey and milk? The answer is no. I grew up like an ordinary African child. Sometimes not having breakfast. Sometimes not having lunch. Sometimes not having dinner. Or sometimes 101. Breakfast, no lunch, and dinner. Sometimes 011. No breakfast, lunch, and what? Dinner. Sometimes 110. Breakfast, lunch, and what? No dinner. But today, I chair the governing council of the National Sports Authority. Today, by the grace of God, I am a professor. And what you do not know is that most of you have heard of theorists. How many of you have heard of Abraham Maslow? Can I see by hand? All right. Piaget, Einstein. You've read about them, true or false? Have you seen them? Have you met them? All right. Today you are meeting a theorist. I have propounded the theory of higher education learning, and it is being studied across the world as I speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I say all of this in humility, just to inspire you that what a rural Zwarungu young man was able to achieve, you in Japan, you in Accra, you from Nigeria and Kenya, you from Benin, wherever you are from the nook and cranny of the world, if you put your eye to a goal of success, whether in business, entrepreneurship, ICT, whatever you put your eye on, if you are diligent at it, you would what? Achieve. This doesn't come in isolation. You have to be respectful to your mentors. You have to work well with your peers, and you must be deliberate at raising a younger what? Generation. Are we together? So my conversation today is failure or failing would always remain an integral part of the success story. There's no single individual on the surface of the earth that you see today and admire who got it on a silver platter. They usually would have a challenge or the other, or they usually would have failed in one part of their life or the other. But they remain focused, and in my case, I believe that in all of the things that you do, God should be the center of your actions. And in that manner, you would grow and go places. I won't end without saying that I had very good mentors academically, in the area of business, spiritually, and other areas of life. So find a mentor if you do not have one. Now, usually, I am challenged to say this on podiums like this, because you step down and everybody wants you to be their mentor. Are we together? If your issues or your line of career does not align with mine, please look for somebody who is in your area of what? Interest. Are we together? Find a mentor. Find a team of people who also are in your line of what? Growth. And when you start getting stable, ladies and gentlemen, find people you can also call your mentees. One, they would help you just as you help them. There is no one who is grown successful without teams that are ahead of him, at his level, and those behind him. I conclude my conversation this day by introducing to you my latest publication. You may want to get one online, but it is more related to people in academia. It is the experimental assessment of the theory of higher education learning, perspectives from Africa. If you think knowledge is expensive, you may want to try ignorance. It's just 70 pounds. It's online. It is published by Cambridge Publishers in the United Kingdom, and it came out just about 9 days ago. My theory is being tested across the world, and this catalogs other academics within the African region who are testing to see whether they will find results that are consistent or divergent from my theory. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Professor Fred Akafanreawa, and it's been nice having this conversation with you. So if there are questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Professor Awa. Is there anyone with a question? Please raise your hand. Okay, there is a gentleman at the back.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Aiklin, and my question is, growing up as a Ghanaian student, what are some of the assumptions or misconceptions you had to challenge in order to become who you are today?
Well, thank you so much. You see, in a traditional Afrocentric community or society, the thinking is that the younger one is always wrong, and then the older one is always what? Right. I do not subscribe to that set of thinking. And I must be brutally honest with you that I had to challenge people, institutions at different levels of my growth. When I know that the law, one, is by my side, and two, I am convinced that what I'm thinking is right, I usually would challenge the status quo. And fortunately for me, a number of times that I have challenged the status quo has changed issues for such institutions. It would be that maybe you don't have to hold the phone, but you must justify as an institution as to why I shouldn't hold what? A phone. I'm just using that for an example. Are we together? So if that is the rule and I can justify that if I don't hold the phone and my mom wants to call me to pay the school fees, I won't be able to get, she won't be able to get me, and I don't have money to even remain here to obey the laws. I would challenge the status quo, and if the community sees reason in that, it becomes the new norm. At least I've had the opportunity of challenging the status quo on a number of occasions. Not because I want to be deviant, but because some laws must be tested to refine them. Are we together? So you must respect the elderly. You must ensure that there is order. But my sister, our business for this day, I'm older than you, true or false? Okay. Our business for this day is to have an interactive session with you. Is that not the case? All right. So if at lunchtime I'm showing you where my hotel room is, clearly it tells you that I am a bad elder. Are we together? And you should be able to call me by that name, bad man. I won't come. And let other people see that I am a what? A bad man. Are we together? And you are doing it not only for yourself, you are doing it for posterity. Because of the naming and shaming that would have happened to me, you would have stopped other younger, vulnerable ladies from being preyed by influential elderly what? People. Are we together? And just to say it in plain English words, I have been noted for challenging status quos, and I do that not for evil purposes. I do that when I realize that doing that will liberate a society or a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of time, we will take one more question. Can you pass the mic to the gentleman at the back?
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Duka. I would like to say this in an Ewe language that someone will translate it. So it means that all that you said, what I learn is, Wanyi Jepwe, Menye Wanyum Lopo. I don't know the words I'll get correct here. Wanyi Jepwe, Menye Wanyum Lopo. All that I'm saying is, your falling place, your falling place is not where you remain. But when the TV people are here, or other people can speak better. What I'm trying to say is, Ghana here, we have so many talented people who can develop ideas. I'm here, I'm an electrical person. I'll see one solution here. But there's no need for us to, when there's a fire here, I don't need to call ambulance. Because I'm an electrician, as I'm doing the wiring, I can pipe through the same room. So in case there's a fire at bridge, water or the power.
Gentlemen, your question, please. They don't have time.
What I'm saying is, you have done well, but today, when you turn back, can somebody say, this is my mentor that have trained me?
Okay. So I think it's a contribution. This is not a question. He just made a contribution. He was just echoing the fact that wherever you have a disadvantage doesn't mean that you cannot grow. When you fall, you must learn to what? Rise again. Yeah. So I agree with you. So he made his own contribution to the conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there are so many other people with the questions, but I'm sure you will stay for lunch in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes, so you can talk to him directly and ask your questions. And thank you again for Professor Awa for your inspiring speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now welcome Kotone Sakamoto-san for Small or Any Beginnings. Kotone-san, please join us.
I'm sure you're hungry, but please be patient for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Next of my presentation is lunch, so please be patient. Yes. And food will not run away, so please be patient. And from me, I will do storytelling, like why I'm here. Like, I think most of you guys think what this tiny girl will do on this stage. Yeah, I also think that, but I maybe this is PDF, so we cannot use this click. Okay. Sorry, so by the way, before doing this, I will ask you a question, like mostly for the Japanese youth, like how is Ghana? For me, it's first time to Ghana, but I want to know the comment from others. Like my personal opinion is Ghana is very different from other West African countries. Like I traveled a lot of French-speaking West African countries, but this is the first time to come to English-speaking West African countries. This is very unique. Like it seems like Kenya. I think like this is very strange. Like even like Togo and here is very like close. Is next country, but this is very different. But Benin and Togo is looks like similar. So Ghana is very unique for me. Like no, is that working? Is that working? It's scrolling type. Okay. So please do the first presentation, the first slides. Yes, there's next. Okay. It's difficult. So. Can you go to the second one, please? Yes, so let's start my presentation. So, I am not a big success story, nor famous entrepreneur. Next. I'm just a 22 years old Japanese student. Just student. Like I study African politics in Keio University in Japan. So just a student, maybe same as you, like Haho here is student, I think. Yes, but why I'm here is, I think like my boss is recommend me to here, but I have more record, a little bit more record than you about Africa and Japan. So I traveled 18 African countries by myself. First trip is 2 years ago, but Ethiopia to South Africa is all by road, and like go to West African countries and hitchhiking to from Senegal to Morocco is like that. And here in Ghana is 18th country which I visited, and I live in Benin now, and I'm teaching Japanese, and also I'm studying African politics, as I said. And also, I have 46,000 followers in my Instagram, and my Instagram content is about Africa. My Instagram is in only Japanese, so my follower is only Japanese. But I'm sure that I'm the only one who is sharing real Africa in Japanese to Japanese people. Of course, as Yokoyama-san, like there is a lot of homepage and a lot of like different platforms, but for Instagram, I think I'm the one who is leading Africa and Japan. So I'm here. I think the next. So this is my self-introduction. Let's go to the main part of my presentation. And I want to ask one question. What was the last time you felt fear? Sorry for the sudden question, but this is the key question, which I will do in 10 minutes. So when was the last time you felt fear? Next. It's not physical danger. It's a trembling fear of facing the unknown. Like when you go to the situation that you don't know the result, when you go to the situation that you don't know how to deal with that, and when you can imagine that when you fail, those kind of situation, you will, like, human beings will feel the stress and like fears. But this is my rule, this is my policy. When we lost, choose what scares you or what scares you, or what excites you. So, next. Why I focus on fears is because fear exists outside your comfort zone. Like, you know, if you overcome the fears, it means you overcome your comfort zone. That's why I always ask myself that when you have to choose what you scares or what excites you, not choose what you comfortable. So let's go to like my experience, not like just mindset story. 2 years ago, I took my first trip to Africa. It was 20 years in my second university. It was just my curious that I want to see the world which I don't know and which like everyone not go. Like, you know, Japan and Africa is very like far in physically and like psychologically, very far. There is very like few information. So what was the fear I faced when I decided to go to Africa? Of course, this is lack of information, and like, you know, when you go different environment, you're scared because not woman like this. So as a tiny girl, it's very like scared things to go to other countries itself, and especially African countries. But after I conquered the fears, I traveled 16 African countries at that time. No, 15 African countries at that time. Yes. Yes. From Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Eswatini, South Africa, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Mauritania, Western Sahara, Morocco. Those are like all by myself, and like I don't have much money because I just work part-time job and come to Africa. So like thank you for the very like gentle African people. They take care of me like I can stay like local family, and they prepare for me, and they they are so welcoming. So after this trip, not after this trip, like before this trip, I thought that I would never back to Africa. That's why I choose that destination. Like I was young, I have energy. That's why I choose that where I will not go again. But this trip changed me a lot. You know, like after fear, I feel like gentle African family, and not only family, all the people are very gentle to me and so welcoming, and I feel like warm from the people. You know, in Japan, it's like, I live in Yokohama, by the way, like it's next to Tokyo. It's very like, how can I say? There's, discipline. Thank you, discipline. Like, it's kind of like AI, like ta 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 ta. So like I didn't feel very warm from the people. But when I travel Africa, like I feel like I'm human beings. So like after that, no, at that time I started to do my posting for the Instagram also, and this was also fear that in this era, after we post, like that post will never delete it from the world. So this is also fear, but I try to do that. And from the Japanese audience and from the African experience, I found that Japanese youth searching for spark and African youth driving to build the future. Next, please. So, learning through that, I want to build a bridge, not just a tourist. As I said, I thought I would never come back to Africa, but I want to be a bridge, not as a tourist. So I decided to come again. And from this April, I moved to Benin and to launch a language and career platform. It's like on-demand class, and after that, after they learn, we can connect to the Japanese company like that. This is very simple business, but this is like very very simple idea. And I try. Yes, please. And what was the fear I faced again? Like, what was the fear I faced when I decided to move to Benin? Yes, there's a lot, but for example, finish. So, okay, so sorry, I talked too much, so please contact me to tell the story. Like, yeah, so. So, yes, so please contact me, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kotone-san, and I'm very sorry for the time restriction. Let's give another round of applause for Kotone-san. And with that, we finally reached our lunch break. Thank you everyone for a very engaging morning. Please enjoy lunch, continue the conversation you've started today, and most importantly, please be back in this room and ready to begin at 2:15 p.m. Our afternoon begins with youth voices, stories behind our communities. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you back here at 2:15. Thank you.
come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, me myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings. a ginger, give me kokoro. Mako de bijo.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch and had a chance to connect with some new people. I hope, can we have everyone back in their seats so we can get started? Okay, once again, welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, we begin by putting youth voices directly at the center of the program. Our next session is Youth Voices, Stories Behind Our Communities. Joining us are students from Hiro Gakuen School of Music and Labon Senior High School, Ghana. I'm very sorry. Once again, we have students from Hiro Gakuen and Labon Senior High School, Ghana. This will be an interactive storytelling and dialogue session, bringing Ghanaian and Japanese students together to share their experiences, culture, and perspectives from their communities. To guide us through this conversation, please join me in welcoming our moderator, Professor Mieko Ikegame.
Hello, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. And the Hiro Gakuen students, for the first time, eaten Ghanaian food yesterday. Very hot and spicy. I wanted to say about Ghana in Japan. If you ask normal Japanese public, do you know any African countries? Everybody say Ghana. Hey, Ghana. Why? Because Ghana is a brand name for the first chocolate ever produced in Japan and marketed. It is called Ghana chocolate. Anyway, it happened to be that it's going to be is the first African country they are visiting. I must say the students are all very courageous. You heard about the student or the lady who made a presentation this morning, how difficult it is to challenge the fear and go beyond the fear to see the different world. So these students successfully made a decision to come to African continent for the first time, try to overcome the fears. Okay, now I hear the student here, you have been to Japan, right? Yes. Okay, and we are very curious, your experience, how you saw Japan, how you felt the Japanese people in comparison with your community and family, right? So both of you are very courageous students. Everybody applaud for both of them. So this innovative session is how to bridge Ghanaians who has experience in Japan and Japanese students who spend a couple of days in Ghana to exchange their experience, exchange their impressions and perceptions, and to see how we can bridge them better. Because you know, the reality is you go some country, you always have your own perception. You know, this perception is something, it could be good, it could be a border. So with that perception, you go there and look at the reality, you come back with a perception. And maybe that perception is not giving you the reality. Similarly, for Japanese students come to Ghana with some kind of perception, they spend only a couple of days, but they observed something, but maybe perception is not giving them the right projection. So the exercise is how to find each other the reality and facts of two countries. So to start with, I would like both schools to introduce their school, and then we go from there. So I will give the floor first to Ghanaian school. Who is going to tell? Okay, go ahead. Whatever you want to do.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aite John Eliklim, and I'm from Laboni Senior High School. This afternoon, I'm going to be giving a brief history about Laboni Senior High School. So Laboni Senior High School was established in the year 1949 by 6 illustrious Ghanaian leaders to serve educational needs to the youth in Osu, La, and surrounding areas in Accra. When Ghana gained independence in 1957, our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, relocated and expanded the school under the Ghana Educational Trust to its present location to accelerate national development through accessible secondary school education. In 2024, the school celebrated its historical 75th anniversary, honoring decades of national service and human capital development. The school's the school's motto, identity, vision, and then mission. Now, the motto of Laboni Senior High School is Primus Semper Aurora, which translates to always first at dawn, reflecting early diligence, ambition, and continuous academic leadership. You will notice our school adorned with prestigious colors of navy blue and white, the vision of Laboni Senior High School. Laboni's vision is to create an institution of critical thinkers and innovative problem solvers who match their peers nationally and globally. Mission of Laboni Senior High School: to provide holistic quality education through quality teaching, mentoring, and extracurricular activities. Now we're going to talk about why we decided to participate in this exchange program. There are 4 main reasons why we decided to participate in the exchange program. The first one was to expand our geographical knowledge. The second one was to learn more about the culture, lifestyle, and technological advancements of the good people of Japan. The third was to create an everlasting bond between Ghana and Japan. And last but not least, to explore the world beyond Ghana. Our hopes and expectations for the program. We hope this program is going to be successful, creates positive impact that allows a strong creation of connections and bonds that will last a lifetime. This program will go a long way to foster a long-lasting relationship between Ghana and Japan as we do this by being the voice, the legacy, and the bridge. This is a short history about Laboni Senior High School, why we decided to participate in this program, and our host for the program. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your elaboration. Now I'm going to give the floor to the Hiro Gakuen students, but I suppose you as a leader are going to ask everybody to just introduce your name so that everybody knows who is who. Okay, so I will give you the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Kaho Kama, and I'm the leader of Team Japan here. And let's start with introducing ourselves.
My name is Koki.
My name is Keia.
My name is Waka. My name is Reina.
My name is Oliver.
My name is Yuna.
My name is Soma. My name is Mizuki.
My name is Tomoki.
My name is Rina.
Okay. Thank you. We are all from a school called Hiro Gakuen, not a school of music, but it's a school in Tokyo, a capital of Japan. And we arrived at Ghana 3 days ago, but so far we love this Ghana, and we love our people here, the culture and food, and also pretty accessories. So let me talk a little bit about the reason why we decided to travel here in Ghana. And so, you know, it is said that people have 5 senses, touch, taste, smell, sight, and hearing. But I think this is a bit of oversimplification. I think humans have hundreds, thousands of senses, and that we use when we meet people in person. And that is one reason we decided to come to Ghana to. And you know, if this conference happened online, we could still exchange some great ideas, but I feel like there are certain things that a screen can't fully capture. For example, like a warmth of our handshake and like actually talking in person, or like the energy in the room. And these are the reasons. And so I'm really precious for this opportunity to be in the same room with all of you here tonight. Thank you. Another thing is, you know, the future is a big theme in today's conference. And I think future is really important to us because it is what makes different people face in the same direction. All of us here have different cultures, backgrounds, ways of thinking, and it is either that those differences can go to waste by colliding and dividing us, or allowing us to tackle different problems from various perspectives. And I think the difference between those two outcomes is whether we share a common sense of purpose, saying that we want to make this future happen, so let's make it together. This is the core of teamwork. And I want us, the young generation, to be the ones who's saying this, especially because I think young people are special in a way that when we grow older, our relationships tends to involve like business, social status. I'm not saying all relationships are like that, but it tends to, and it can be good. Those elements can be good, but young people are simply good at simply becoming friends, and that's, I feel like, what we all need right now. So that, for example, when we meet in the future in some parts of the world in fields of, like, for example, technology, science, business, and politics, like we happen to meet each other again, we can simply be like, oh, we meet again, and be happy about that. And I think because not interacting each other because of what, like, the profit and like what we can get out of each other, but simply because we are all humans. This is what I look forward in today's conference and within all of you. Thank you.
Isn't it marvelous? They have all these opinion and views. And sometimes we senior people has to learn how you look at the things. So this is really wonderful. I just wanted to add something about the school. Hirogakuen is one of the top private school in Tokyo Prefecture. Very difficult to pass the exam to enter junior and high schools. So these students are the really top students in Japanese society. And the principle of this high education is to make students to be an international leader of the world in the future. So the education is very focused on the method, how to bring globalization and internationalization in their learning process. So they are all interested in having a contribution to the international society. The second thing is that somehow the draft program made always a mistake to say Hirogakuen Music School. It is, I think, simply because Hirogakuen is also known as the best choir in Japan. There is a national competition, they always get the gold medal. And most of them belong to the choir. So they are great singers. You will see that in the afternoon for the cultural show. And I wanted to also add why they are here. You see that 2026, this year, is the 70th anniversary of UN membership, both Japan and Ghana same time, you know? And for that, I'm organizing a United Nations singers to come to Japan to do the peace concerts. And the peace concert is not just for singing, but the peace concert, as demonstrated by Hillary, has to come from the heart of the people. And music plays extremely important and unique method to bring the peace to the people. So in this preparatory process, we are involving a young generation in thinking of promoting world peace concept. And Hiro Gakuen requested us to include them as a collaboration of the school. So I was asked by the principal to have a special lecture about world and peace. And you know, 900 students came as a volunteer to listen to my lecture. I'm used to talk to senior people, business people, youngest to be the university student. And it was my first time to meet with a junior high school student, 800 them, at the age from 13 to 15. But they were really like a sponge to listen to me and to find what's going on in the world. So as a result of this, I received 300 letters from those who listened to my lecture. Can you imagine? Then it made some kind of impact. I talked a lot about Africa, as you know. I am really, really for Africa. And they came back by saying that they created like a study group, and they found out in discussion, if you are in Japan, now here is something you might have experienced it. In Japan, as a student, having such a comfortable life, you don't feel peace or war or poverty. Isn't it dangerous that the young generation do not know or feel peace or fights or poverty? So students themselves asked, they would like to go to the place where the people are facing these things. They really wanted to come to Africa. As I mentioned, how vibrant Africa is. So the principal has requested me to organize this tour to Africa. But can you imagine, in Tokyo Prefecture, it's only one high school who has a study tour to Africa. So the teachers from Hiro Gakuen went to interview the other school to find out how that study tour was in Africa. And of course, there were all very positive results that led to the mission of them today. So that is the background of my friends and students from Hiro Gakuen. I just wanted to add so you have an idea whom these students represent for. Okay. So at this point, I think the 6 students can go to the table and wait for the next theme that you will make a presentation. So please go ahead and go back. Meanwhile, okay, you can come from here too. You can come from here too. Okay, meanwhile, the theme number 1 is about community, your own story, tradition, and values, to tell Japanese students your community, tradition, culture, history, to let them know where you are from, right? So I will invite 2 students, right? You're going to make the presentation, okay? Go ahead.
Konnichiwa. My name is Delaniola Sabarin Kulinu.
And I am Dalinateria Amamaulum.
And we are presenting on exploring Ghanaian culture and community. A warm cultural presentation for visiting high school students from Japan. Akwaba, the warmth of hospitality. Akwaba means welcome and represents the foundational ethos of Ghanaian social life and friendship. Visitors and guests are received with utmost honor, warmth, and dedicated duty of care. Greeting elders with the right hand is a fundamental sign of respect and peaceful intention. Community life fosters mutual support, openness, and harmonious living across all cultures. Pillars of Ghanaian society. Communal unity. Life is centered around extended families and interconnected communities where celebrations and responsibilities are shared collectively. Chieftaincy heritage. Traditional chiefs and queen mothers serve as vital custodians of local history, cultural heritage, and moral leadership. Reverence of elders. Wisdom passed down by elders is deeply treasured, shaping politeness, family decisions, and social guidance across generations. Ghana and Japan cultural bridges. Akwaba and Omotenashi. Both Ghanaian and Japanese societies share a deep dedication to guest hospitality. Whether through Ghana Akwaba or Japanese Omotenashi, making visitors feel honored and at home is a cherished virtue in both cultures. Social harmony and respect. The Ghanaian value of communal unity closely mirrors the Japanese concept of wa, social harmony. Both cultures place high importance on respect for elders, polite greetings, and preserving peaceful relationships.
Textiles and symbols. The visual language of Ghanaian heritage, artistry, and wisdom. The kente, visual royal harmony, mastery of the loom. Kente is a legendary hand-woven fabric created by skilled artisans from the Asante and Ewe ethnic groups of Ghana. Every intricate pattern, stripe, and color carries specific philosophical proverbs and historical stories. Traditionally worn by royalty during festivals, graduations, ceremonies, and grand occasions, Kente stands worldwide as a proud symbol of African dignity, craftsmanship, and identity. They are the craft symbols of wisdom, Jinyame, meaning the supremacy of God. It symbolizes faith, spiritual humility, and the belief in the creative supreme force guiding human life. Sankofa, meaning learning from the past. It's represented by a bird turning its head back, reminding us to retrieve lost wisdom from history to build a better future. Matemase, wisdom and understanding. It translates to what I hear, I keep and understand, highlighting prudence, active listening, and intellectual maturity. Ebin Kebi, meaning peace and harmony. It symbolizes non-provocation and peaceful coexistence, encouraging all people to live together without harming one another. The flavors of Ghana, a journey through culinary traditions and shared festive feasts. Signature Ghanaian cuisines, the Ghana jollof, fragrant rice cooked in a spice, tomato, and pepper reduction, served with grilled chicken and fried plantains. Benku and tilapia, fermented corn and cassava dough, served alongside freshly grilled tilapia and spicy raw pepper salsa. Wache, nutritious rice and black-eyed beans cooked with millet leaves, paired with shito, chili sauce, and sides. The culture festivals through the year. 1. Independence. The national parades on March 6th, celebrating Ghanaian sovereignty, youth marching drills, and patriotism. 2. Abratre, the Efutu Deer Hunting Festival in Winneba, showcasing warrior group competitions and ancestral rituals. 3. Homowo, celebrated by the people of Accra. The Ghana People's Shooting at Hunger Festival with twin celebrations, drumming, and festive Pokwe feasts. 4. Hogbechocho, celebrated by the Ewe ethnic group of Ghana. the Ewe Festival commemorating historical liberation with majestic royal court dances and dramas.
Medase.
Akpe.
Oyewaladon.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Wow. You did a brilliant job, I must say. Can I have a script? So many important concepts are introduced to, and some of them are very similar to our social ethics. So maybe, and after the session, you can exchange the information so that they can also have a script, including myself. But congratulations for excellent presentation, correct? Good, good. Now it is turning to the Hirogakuen. So I'm going to ask you to make a presentation on the same one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Next, the team are going to present about the Japanese culture. But first, could you display the? The group one, that one that says group one. Yes, this is it. Thank you. We are going to present about the Japanese culture. Next, please. Could you go to the next slide? Okay. But first, we want to start off with some quick quiz about our Japanese culture. So if everyone could participate in, it will be really fun. So.
Next, please. Okay. I'll ask you 3 questions about Japan. First quiz, where is Japan on the world map? Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, full time. Yeah, first, second, third, and fourth. Next, please. Yes, first one. Okay. Are you ready? The answer is 1. Japan is located eastern side of the European continent. Next, please. In Japan, it's summer right now. Japan has festivals known as Matsuri, and Japan has 3 great Matsuri. Which one is not considered one of Japan's 3 great Matsuri? Next, please. First click, please. 1, Gion Matsuri. 2nd, Tenjin Matsuri. 3rd, Nebuta Matsuri. 4th, Kanda Matsuri. What do you think? Are you ready? The answer is number 3. Wait. The answer is number 3. Nebuta Matsuri is a festival held in Aomori Prefecture, and it's held in every August. Next, please. This is a character that Japanese use all the time, and it means to live. Yeah. How many different ways do you think we can read this kanji? Next, please. First, 9. Second, 17. Third, more than 100. Fourth, more than 150.
Instead of asking the audience, I wonder if the student who went to Japan can answer to this. Huh? What you say? Okay, you are spotted for that test. Okay,
So give me the answer again. Okay, you raise the hand. There are 4 answers, and you can raise the hands for the numbers, okay? The first one is 9 ways. Who thinks it's 9 ways? To read that, by the way, did you read that the Chinese character? Where is it? Can you go back? Can you go back to the character? This, can you see it? Can you see? Okay. How many ways of reading this character? That's the question. So, get me 4 answers. One is 9 times, second is 17 times, third one is more than 100, and the fourth one is more than 150. Are you ready? So who think number 1 is correct, which is 9? No? Okay. What about audience? 9 times? Nobody? Really? Okay, 1 person there. Okay. The second answer is 17. It's almost double times than 9. So who believes 17 among you? Don't look at each other. Close your eyes. You make your own decision, not influencing each other. So who thinks number 2 is correct? Nobody. Okay. What about audience? 17. Is there anybody? Okay, there is 1 person over there. Okay. Very courageous. Okay, the third one is more than 100. Really? Is it possible? 100? More than 100. Okay. Raise your hands. Who believe that's more than 100? 1, 2, 3. So 50-50. Okay. What about the audience? More than 100. More than 100. 1, 2, 3. Okay, not many, huh? Okay, the last one is 4, which is more than 150. So, student, you 3 didn't answer to any of this question. You totally fail if you don't answer. Don't you think? So you 3 thinks it's more than 150 times? Huh? Sorry? Eh? Oh, you chose it. Oh, excuse me, I beg your pardon. So there are 4 people, huh? Who believes in that. Oh, no, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3. You did that. What about you? More than 150. And you? More than 150. And you? More than 150. Okay. More than 150. Who believe in that? Raise the hands. Okay, majority people didn't answer. So you are totally failure of this question, right? Okay, so I give the floor to the gentleman to tell us what is the right answer.
The answer is more than 150. Question is end.
Okay, so could you move to the next slide? I'll be talking about educational systems in Japan. So just like in Ghana, I recently learned this, but in Japan, they also have to really respect their elders as like a culture. And there are like 3 specific ways to talk to like the elders. And I'll show like the examples. Next slide, please. So the first one is the humble language. We lower ourselves and like raise the position of the opponent. So we show respect in that way. And next slide, please. So the second type is humble language. Honorific language. So it's like we talk in like a respectful tone towards people who are seniors and older than us, but we talk in like in a very friendly way to like people our same age or younger people. Next slide, please. So this is pretty similar to the last one, gentle language. This is also saying things in a polite way. However, it's just that there's a different way to say it in Japanese. Yeah. Next slide, please. So one of the most significant differences from Japanese schools and schools abroad is that there are more responsibilities. For example, cleaning up the classroom. We have a cleaning time after every class, after every school day. And so we learn to use the classroom cleanly. And another responsibility we also have is to serve lunch. We have to go get lunch from like the cafeteria, and we eat in our classrooms. And from there, we learn to share food equally, so everyone can have the same amount of food.
Next, please. I'd like to introduce one of the things that make Japan unique. It's our relationship with nature. In spring, cherry blossom, that is the pink flower over there, bloom all over Japan. They only last for about 2 weeks, and people gather with family and friends to enjoy hanami, or cherry blossom viewing. Can you go back? For Japanese, spring is not just a season, it is a symbol of new beginnings. Summer is the season of festivals. People wear yukata, watch fireworks, and enjoy food from the festival stalls. These festivals bring community together every year. Autumn is known for these colorful leaves, and people enjoy momijigari, or autumn leaf viewing. It is also known for harvest season, so people enjoy fresh vegetables like sweet potatoes, mushrooms, and chestnuts. In winter, snow changes the scenery across many parts of Japan. People enjoy hot springs and winter festivals and these beautiful snowy landscapes. Japan's love of nature can also be seen in poetry. In the past, Japanese poets used a seasonal word called kigo, and a single word represented a whole entire season of the poem. In this example, by Matsuo Basho, an old pond, a frog jumps in the sound of water. A frog is a kigo for spring, and this poem clearly shows the peaceful moment of spring.
I'm going to talk about one more thing that's unique in Japanese seasons, and there is a thing called Niju Shiseki, or the 24 solar terms, where we basically divide the 4 seasons into another 24 terms, and we gave each a name. So for example, next please. For example, Keichitsu, which means the awakening of insects in spring, or next please. Next please. Oh, it's hidden in the... but there's also Hakuro, which means morning white dew. And you can actually find these on traditional Japanese calendars. Next, please. Calendars, and we can, looking at this, Japanese can know whether if, think like, this is a timing when it gets especially cold, or it's a timing when we harvest this crop. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. Okay. And I'm also going to talk about Japanese food. But before we get into it, Japanese food is called washoku in Japanese, and wa means peace and harmony, and shoku means food. So the Japanese food in Japanese literally means a food of peace and harmony. Next, please. And we have this thing called idea called ichiju sansai, where ichi means one, ju means a soup, and san means 3, and this is said to be like the most balanced form of food. And we also have noodles. This here is udon, and this is soba, and they both have different textures, but it's really good. And we also have a tea ceremony, but it's so different from like British tea ceremonies. We have our own ways of doing it. Next, please. We eat this thing called wagashi. Another wa means peace and harmony, and gashi means sweet. So it's a sweet of peace and harmony, and we drink matcha. And there are certain steps like we have to follow, and it's a really ceremonial thing, and that Japanese enjoy. Next, please. We also have sweets that's related to each season. For example, this is one is called sakuramochi, where sweet rice, like pink rice, and inside it there's like a soybean sweet paste wrapped around in a leaf, a salted leaf of cherry blossom. And the next is kakigori, and it's fine shaved ice and we pour a sweet syrup like strawberry syrup, and yeah, we enjoy it in like hot summer in Japan. And next is yakimo, which we often eat in autumn, and it's kind of like a sweet version of yum, like maybe. And yeah, people enjoy it while like looking at like the autumn leaves. And also, the last one is taiyaki, which is it is the shape of fish, but inside it there's a lot of sweet soybeans, just like in the sakuramochi. And these are the 4 sweets that we eat in each season. Next, please. Okay.
All right. So, and last, I would like to talk about religions in Japan. Next, please. Thank you. In Japan, the island nation surrounded by the sea and the mountains cover 70% of the land, and the nature abounds. There is a strong belief in nature from ancient times. So, for example, the Mount Fuji, Japan's highest mountain, has been an object of worship due to its majesty and beauty, and has been designated a World Cultural Heritage Site. And also in Japan, there are many kinds of natural disasters. So Japanese people has been in awe of nature and had some kind of festivals for everyone safe from disasters or for a bountiful harvest. Next slide, please. Thank you. This spirit, the respect for nature, has become Shinto, the Japanese unique religion. And this religion holds 88 million gods. It means like a countless god in everywhere. In this idea, it is often said that the god dwells in even 1 grain of rice, and it shows that there is a spirit of taking good care of everything. I think it is one of the great aspects of Japanese culture. Next slide, please. Okay. Even though there's a Shinto, the unique Japanese religion, about 40% of Japanese people do not have a specific religion. However, there is a very unique culture formed by blending many kinds of traditions of religions that Japan has absorbed, by the foreign countries. For example, many Japanese people can visit Shinto shrine at New Year's Day and have a Christmas ceremony or the Christian style weddings. and even have a Buddhist-style graves and funerals. Yeah, this is very very unique culture, isn't it? And yeah, so yeah. Next slide, please. Is it last one? Okay. Sorry. This is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really curious, all the things that you have exhibited here. If our friend here from Ghana, have you seen them or did you know it? All of you, you almost knew? Okay, is there anything which it was new to you here? What was not known to you before?
Please, with the Japanese, the way they prepare their matcha, they, instead of Ghana, we go to restaurants or places to buy it. They have a kind of traditional way, step-by-step procedure to prepare their matcha.
Okay, so that's your observation. Good. Thank you very much. Anybody else want to add? No? Good. Thank you very much. Very, very much. I just wanted to add one information. You know, the people ask me, what is the religions in Japan? And religions, by the way, I'm an anthropologist, and I studied comparative religion. So it's all depending on how you define the religion. In case of Japan, if you ask people, do you have any religion? Normally they say no. Because in Western countries, which also had some influence in your society, you register yourself in the institution of the religion. You get a baptisma for Christianity, for instance. But in Japan, they don't register whether you are Buddhist or Shintoism. Basically, two big religions, right? One is Shintoism, which is really Japanese original religion. And then Buddhism, of course, is coming from India. But everyday life, somehow, you relate yourself to the religious rituals. For instance, if you go to the Japanese house, you may have experienced it. There is a portable small shrine, and people worship in the morning to have a safe day. And also in the house, there is a small temple where your ancestors were living there. So Buddhism is more to do with your relationship with the spiritual world, you know, for your ancestor and where you are coming from. So anything to do with like a death is done in Buddhism. Whereas Shintoism is more like a life and birth. So for instance, when the baby is born, instead of you going to the church getting the blessing for the child, they normally go to Shinto shrine to get the blessing. So basically, Japanese religion, both Shintoism and Buddhism, accept multiple God. And God is in the nature. God is in the stone. God is in the mountains. So that is the reason why they can accept many different religions. So you use a customary of wedding in Western style. So that you do it in the church, but doesn't mean you are Christian, right? So that's the flexibility of Japanese culture and adaptability to the world. That's how I analyze it. Okay, I think you both learned a lot, and also you have given a lot of information to the audience. Let's give the nice applaud to both schools. Okay, so thank you very much. So we are going to have the theme too. So would you mind to go down and exchange with your colleague for theme two? Meanwhile, who is going to make the presentation for theme two, which is about the SDGs, challenges, and how the community deal with SDG issues, how you can also make improvement for the issues of SDGs, okay? So I invite both of you, go ahead and give us a presentation.
Sorry, the slides is for... sorry.
So are you having any presentation with the slides? No? Yes. You do? Okay. So technicians, would you get the slides for Ghana presentation for SDGs? Yeah, are you ready? Okay. Okay. So go ahead and start presenting the SDGs.
Konnichiwa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Edna Akoli, and I'm presenting here with
Jaja Darison Tiki.
Today, I am presenting on sustainable development in Ghana and Laboni SHS. The 17 goals for a better world. The Sustainable Development Goals, normally known as SDGs, are a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure peace and prosperity by 2030. Ghana has integrated these goals into its national agenda, focusing on economic transformation, social services, and security. These 17 goals were agreed by all 193 United Nations member states with their commitment to leave no one behind. The global goals are for sustainable development, namely are 1. No poverty. 2. Zero hunger. 3. Good health and well-being. 4. Quality education. 5. Gender equality. 6. Clean water and sanitation. 7. Affordable and clean energy. 8. Decent work and economic growth. 9. Industry, innovation and infrastructure. 10. Reduce inequalities. 11. Sustainable cities and communities. 12. Responsible consumption and production. 13. Climate action. 14. Life below water. 15. Life on land. 16. Peace and justice. 17. Partnerships for the goals. Ghana's 2030 vision. Ghana's development strategy aligns the SDGs with the Ghana Beyond Aid vision, prioritizing self-reliance and industrialization. The nation focuses on 5 priority targets, namely 1. Institution building. 2. Quality employment. 3. Education. 4. Sanitation and climate resilience. The status of Ghana's 2030 vision right now. The gross domestic product growth in Ghana is rebounding. That is, 5.7% of the projects in Ghana have been projected as of 2024, yet a multi-dimensional poverty remains a challenge of 41.3%.
Quality education in Ghana. Access and equity. The free SHS policy has significantly increased enrollment, ensuring that financial barriers do not prevent junior high graduates from attaining secondary education. Current focus: maintaining high competition rates and achieving gender parity across all levels. Quality and relevance. Investment in STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and math, enters the TVET, into brackets, technical and vocational education, is transforming the curriculum of the modern workforce. Goals: produce critical thinkers who are globally competitive. Decent work and growth. The challenge of unemployment. Approximately 1.9 million young people in Ghana are not in education. employment or training. This deficit in youth arrangement is a critical target for SDG 8. By aligning school programs with industry needs, institutions like Laboni Senior High School bridge this foster entrepreneurship.
So implementation of SDGs at my school, Laboni Senior High School. Example of the implementation was the SDG for quality education. So in Laboni Senior High School, as part of our vision and mission, we have holistic learning. So one, empowering problem solvers from Laboni Senior High School. Laboni's vision is to create critical thinkers. By upgrading our 4 science labs and computer lab, we directly support SDG 4. Students participate in national science and math quiz, athletics and cultural activities, ensuring an all-round development that aligns with Target 4.7, Education for Sustainable Development. As part of that, there has been an implementation of SDG 7 in various senior high schools like St. Rose's. Energy efficiency. Reducing the school's carbon footprint and operational costs is a priority. Adopting solar energy solutions for dormitories and classrooms promotes affordable and clean energy. Strategic action. Partnering with alumni and private green energy firms to install solar grids, providing reliable lights for night studies while teaching students about renewable technology. SDG 13, Climate Action Implementation. 1. Green Campus, regular tree planting exercises to improve air quality and provide shaded areas for students' relaxation and study. 2. Waste management, implementing a rigorous recycling program and reducing single-use plastics in the school canteen. 3. Water conservation, installing water-efficient taps and promoting a culture of conservation to support SDG 6, clean water. So Laboni SDG action matrix. So 1, SDG for education. The school initiative is to promote digital libraries and STEM lab upgrades, and the primary stakeholder will be GES or a Laboni admin. 2, clean energy. The school initiative would be solar grid installation in dormitories, and the primary stakeholder will be LOSA alumni. 3, consumption, SDG 12, school initiative, paperless administration and recycling. Primary stakeholder, Students Representative Council. 4, SDG 17, partnerships, collaborating with NGOs and industry, and the primary stakeholder will be PTA or school management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Please be seated. I think you can be a very good reporter at the United Nations on the agenda with SDGs. It seems you have achieved a lot, at least at the school, right? The challenge is not only at the school, we also have to think how SDGs are achieved at the community level. Schools are organized place, but in a community, you have different people with different situations. So it's not so easy to coordinate. What will be the role of yourself as an advocate for the SDGs in the community? I want you to think about that. I'll come back to you later. I'm going to ask the questions, and I hope you will answer. All right? Thank you. Now I'm going to give the floor to the Hirogakuen people for the SDGs. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Can we have the slides, please? Thank you. So first of all, thank you, Medasi, and merci beaucoup to all of the people who has arranged this wonderful event. And thank you for the engineers. Thank you, everyone. We're Team 2 of Hiro Gakuen, and we're going to talk about the efforts for well-being in Japan, including SDGs goals. So, next slide, please. And we would like to express our sincere sympathy to everyone affected by the recent flooding in Accra. Next slide, please. And Japan also faces these natural disasters frequently. We have them, especially the harsh ones, each year, and especially in these summer seasons. And actually, how harsh it is, how often we have these disasters is increasing due to the climate change. We have typhoons, earthquakes, heavy rains, and tsunami, which is the high waves in Japan. Next slide, please. So let me talk how Japan prepares for these disasters. First, no. So we have disaster information from the government, and people can get those, like the hazard maps, so they know how to do when the disasters actually happen. And we have evacuation drills at schools, at offices, and all over the places. We have it once a year, so that all of the child to elderly people understand how they should move, how they should do when it actually happens. Second, build. Japan has earthquake-resistant buildings like that. It's the window. We have these kind of poles to make it stronger. And some cities have sea level signs. Here, it's here to recognize the disaster risks. Third, prepare. We have helmets at schools, so we have them underneath the chairs, and we have emergency stove bench, which can be stoves to cook in emergency situations. We also have cardboard beds, so that if an emergency happens, they can make an easy bed. Lastly, help. So Japan's disaster preparation needs all three: individuals, community, and the government to work together. Next slide, please. So in Japan, disaster preparedness is not only for about responding to the disasters, but we always have those disasters, so it's about part of our daily lives, and by preparing it together with partnership, we can build safer and more sustainable communities and cities.
Hello, and I'm going to talk about Japan's Kodomo Shokudo. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Translated as children's cafeterias, these spaces provide nutritious meals for a low cost, and sometimes even free. However, they're not soup kitchens. They're safe community hubs where kids, parents, and elderly neighbors eat together. Next slide, please. Oh, wait, no, can you go back one? Can you go? No, back one. These Kodomo Shokudos serve mainly two roles. The first one is that they lower the financial and time burden on the parents, especially for single income families or families that both parents work. And the second role is that they prevent loneliness in kids. Like, for instance, if both of your parents worked, and then if you were like lonely at home and eating dinner, you could go to a Kodomo Shokudo. And then you could like eat meals with, maybe your friends are there, maybe there's like people you know. Next slide, please. The link to Ghana is that a man named Tony Justice, he's from Ghana, and then he owns a couple restaurants in Japan. he saw like child poverty and children eating lonely. So he decided to start Kodomo Shokudo in his own restaurant. And then now he has special facilities, like really big Kodomo Shokudos, and he also has food trucks that go around the country to serve food to people. Next slide, please. Kodomo Shokudos are related to the first one, number one, the SDGs number one, no poverty, and SDGs number two, zero hunger. Next slide, please.
Hello, my name is Mizuki, and next I'm going to be talking about waste management in Japan and its connection to well-being. Next slide, please. Please look at this image. Japan is known for its clean streets and organized recycling systems, but it still produces a large amount of waste every year. So, for this reason, Japan has developed different ways to reduce waste as well as encourage responsible behavior. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So why do waste affect well-being? I think this has 4 aspects to it. So a large amount of garbage leads to air pollution from burning garbage, as well as dirty rivers and oceans, and also bad smell and stress in neighborhoods, and also unsafe public spaces. From this, we can tell that reducing waste and waste management is really deeply connected to both physical health and mental well-being. So this topic also deeply relates to SDG goal number 3, good health and well-being. Next slide, please. So next, I'm gonna talk about urban mining. Urban mining means recovering valuable metals from used electronic devices such as old smartphones, computers, and game consoles, and so much more. So these devices contain small amounts of gold, silver, copper, and rare metals. So by using that and collecting that, Japan makes a new product or use it for other things. A famous example is the Tokyo 2020 Olympics and Paralympics, and the silver, bronze, and gold medals were produced from using urban mining. Yes, next slide, please. So also Japanese manners and habits also deeply connect to this topic because people are taught from a young age to separate garbage and taking our trash home, as well as cleaning our classrooms and hallways by ourselves. Next slide, please. So this also connects to number 11, number 12 of the Sustainable Development Goals.
You know, I'm told that we have only 1 minute and pressurized, but I would ask for the indulgence to let the student finish the presentation. So I beg you, 3 of you, to make a presentation as short and precise as possible, okay? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Soma, and I will be talking about Japan's help with the Mother-Child Care Book. This directly relates to SDG number 3, which is well-being and also health for all. What this is and why it helps. So this program is a thing which enables mothers and also future mothers to get help and necessary care when giving birth and also taking care of their children, which is you guys. These care books contain checklists for vaccinations, medications, and many more. In Japanese, we call it boshitecho. Many Ghanaian mothers/future mothers do more checks compared to the places where these handbooks were not distributed. A database shows that 76% of 76, yes, it's a really big number, of people who received these care books actually completed their medication progress, compared to the 64% of people who did not receive their care books. This database is really reasonable because this does not compare with family backgrounds, economic struggles, and many more. Next slide, please. Sorry, there should have been another slide before. One slide back, there should be like a, what? Ah, なんか次のやつがあるんですけど。Okay. I'll finish, please.
Could you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the declining birth rate and aging population, and this is a really serious issue that is in Japan right now. And I think David-san mentioned that the average age in Ghana is about 19 years old, while in Japan it's about 50 years old. And so this is reflected by the increase in population of citizens above the age of 65, which is considered a senior citizen in Japan, and the decrease in younger generations. Next slide, please. And so this has caused specific smaller issues, such as the shrinking workforce, the rising need for healthcare and care for senior citizens, the shortage of caregivers, the pressure to raise the retirement age, and the depopulation of rural areas. And so shrinking workforce is caused by, especially when it comes to healthcare, because the number of caregivers are decreasing while the people who need care is increasing. There is this pressure to raise the retirement age to keep up with the demand in the workforce. And there's also the depopulation of rural areas where a lot of the population, especially younger generations, are concentrated in big cities such as Tokyo and Osaka. And so rural areas struggle to pass down local traditions because the younger generations move to big cities. Next slide, please. And so here are some current efforts, especially systems that help with childcare. So in Japan, public schools up to middle school are free. And there is an increasing amount of financial support for students who want to attend high school and above, as well as the 100,000 yen support for pregnancy and childbirth. And so in workplaces, there's also the focus on the balance between work and childcare for both men and women. And this is supported by specific systems such as the post-birth leave support payment system and the reduced hours childcare work benefit.
I'll be talking about the sewage and tap systems in Japan versus Ghana. Japan's water system, very good, safe to drink, and barely any leakages. Next slide, please. Water systems in Ghana, pretty good coverage, but a lot of leaks, and it's not really safe to drink. So how could this be improved? Next slide, please. The water supplies can be polluted from illegal mining operations, so enforce that. And then there's heavily decayed pipes and leaks, so get money from other countries and fix that. Okay. Next slide, please. This is kind of a conclusion. Although Ghana and Japan are very different in terms of culture and the people and many things about it are different, there's a lot of similar challenges that we face, and I believe that by working together, we can make a better world. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hate to be under the pressure of time, and the last session was to actually interact with each other to identify what we learned from each other. Instead of going to that, first I'm going to request your presentation to be sent to the Ghanaian school and your presentation to be sent to the Japanese school, so you have an exchange of information. I would like to also, all the students here from Ghana, can you stand up? Can you stand up? Okay. They all worked hard to make a presentation. It's only 6 people who presented, but all of you worked very hard. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lots of applauding. Now, can you also stand up, Japanese students? All of you stand up. No, together with Ghanaians. Okay? You are now all connected, right? You're all connected. I would like to ask for your homework. I want you to, the Ghanaian student, write down what you learned from Japanese student about yourself, about Ghana, and about Japan. Similarly, Japanese student is going to write down what they learned from Ghana presentation about Japan and about Ghana. And we will exchange that information together. This is a way to bridge two countries, two different people and different background. But as a human being and a student, we have lots of common things. And also the culture and background and the issues, SDGs, are very common to each country. And you should find the solution to achieve SDGs. With that, I would say thank you very much for all of you. Give them the applause again. Please go down, okay? Please shake your hands, each other, and go down together, okay? Go down quickly. Okay, go down, please. 降りてってください。Okay, thank you very much. And this is the end of the session. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much about school and Professor Ikigame. I was very impressed by the presentation by the students, and I'm sure you all enjoyed it. Our next session brings us into one of the biggest areas shaping the future of young people today, technology and innovation. The session is capacity building, digital skills, AI, and innovation and entrepreneurship. Joining us are Ray Fifi, Chief Learning Officer at Medulla Digital Academy. Please welcome Ray on the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I know you've had a long day and we're all kind of a bit tired, but I'll try to make this as practical as possible and as quick as possible, all right? So let's have the slides, please. Yes, so the theme is from vision to action. By way of introduction, my name is Ray Inkum. I am Chief Learning Officer at Medulla Digital. Medulla Digital, as you may have seen, is on your program for a visit tomorrow, where you will be doing some cybersecurity and AI automation masterclass. I'm not sure how many of you will be joining, but we are very much looking forward to having you, and I'm sure it will be a very fruitful session. So please, those of you who have signed up, please come early, come with your notebooks and pens, and come ready to learn, all right? Awesome. So let's move on, please. Let me set my timer so that they don't wave the paper at me when I'm getting too close. Okay, awesome. So, as I said, I'm from Medulla Digital. We do digital skills training. But apart from that, we are a channel partner, or basically a program partner for Unity Technologies. Now, at this point, I want to know how many people have heard of Unity? Anyone in the room? I see one hand, two. Anyone else? How many people have played mobile games? You play mobile games a lot. Lift your hand. Now I see more hands. So if you play a lot of mobile games, then you have heard of Unity Technologies. All right? Unity Technologies is one of the world's, if not the world's, biggest 3D real-time company, which basically, yes, thank you so much, which basically means that Unity powers something like 71% of the top 1,000 mobile games on your phone. All right? So that's pretty impressive. It also powers, how many of you know what a Meta Quest is, the VR headset? If you've played with the exhibit outside, then you do know what a Meta Quest headset is. Not only Meta Quest, there are various other kinds of virtual reality headsets, but Meta Quest is one of the most popular, and that's why we have them out there. So if you have played with that, you've interacted with Unity technologies on a very deep level. Something like 60% of enhanced tiles on Meta Quest, on any Meta Quest, are made with Unity technologies. All right? So you may know a game that's made by Unity, but not know the companies that's behind the generation. So that's what I'm here to talk about. But I want to shift your focus from Unity as a game company, which is what a lot of people know about Unity. Unity also powers simulations, digital twins, smart cities, smart agriculture, and it's one of the most effective ways to implement training. So again, I'll try and explain to you why this is important, where there are gaps forming, right, in the technology space, and where you as young people can position yourselves, right, because AI is disrupting a lot. Next slide, please. Now, Unity is able to help you model a reality. So if you've played, how many of you have played Grand Theft Auto? Grand Theft. All right, I see a lot of hands. That's one of the most popular role-play games, right? In Grand Theft, it seems like you can live any kind of life. You can live a normal life, and the interactions all feel very real. That's the kind of thing that a game allows you to do. It allows you to live a person's life and go through the kinds of activities that they would do on a normal day. So even though for GTA, you are usually playing some kind of bad character, some kind of criminal who's going around, performing all kinds of missions, imagine if instead of a serial, murderer or robber, you were a plumber or a carpenter. And that was the game that you played for hours on end, just being a carpenter. You know from playing games that when you fail, what do? You start again, right? And the game allows you to learn that process of beginning again and really putting yourself into the shoes of someone, right? So where we are moving from now is in promoting games like Grand Theft Auto into what we call role-play games, where you will basically model your game after a reality. What that allows you to do is it allows you to repeat that skill so many times until you get it right. So outside, we have, for instance, an excavator simulation, right? It seems like a game. At the beginning, it gives you a prompt. There's a neighborhood where a lot of people need sand to be picked up from one area to another. You are the designated excavator operator, and you go into the game, and you are supposed to collect sand from various people in the community and help them in that regard. Why is this important? Because you will begin to think like an excavator. You put yourself within the machine that you're supposed to use, which is the excavator. You learn all the operations. You learn the people skills, all right, of interacting with people. And at the end of the day, you'll be able to feel like an excavator, right, or someone who operates one. You understand? So games are not as simple as they may seem. They're not as frivolous as you may seem. Right? I myself grew up playing a lot of games, and I can tell you for a fact that it's helped me to develop a spirit of resilience and to know how not to give up. Okay? So games allow us to model realities and can shape our behavior in a certain way. And that's incredibly important. Next slide, please. Now, this has to be part of the agenda. We have said this over and over here, but Africa has a youth dividend, right? We are going to be something like 50% of the population in a number of years. But the jobs are disappearing, right? AI is automating away a lot of the jobs that you young people are supposed to have when you grow up. If you don't feel any anxiety, I want you to be a little anxious, but not too anxious, because that anxiety will spare you to start thinking about, okay, what am I supposed to do when I grow up? If you were somebody that was studying to be an accountant, and all you were doing is studying accounting, your job is at risk now, because I can just pick up a Claude model, an AI model, and do all the accounting that you have been trying to do. So what is the next step for you as a young person? Where do you need to go? Where do you need to spend time honing your skills and getting business ideas, right? This is also an entrepreneurship section. So just as we had earlier where there were some business ideas, I'm also here to share some possible business ideas that you might be able to get into. All right? My time is going so fast, so let me speed up. Please go ahead. Next slide, please. Right, so technical skills decide where the vision is going to get built. AI cannot be a plumber yet, right? Maybe at some point we'll be able to put robots to do all the plumbing. But this is one of the areas, or these technical skills. I think someone made a reference to TVET earlier as one of the more critical areas for young people to be getting into, because this is an area that AI cannot yet disrupt, okay? So accounting is in trouble. Even some people are beginning to use AI very effectively to diagnose their medical conditions. You can go to any X-ray service, get an X-ray, put the X-ray into your AI and get an accurate read of what exactly is the issue with your body part or whatever it is that you're scanning. So why do you need a doctor? Right? If you are going to be able to do this job without going to school, or just ask your AI and it does it for you. We'll get to that later. But the AI, the area of TVET is booming now. People who are plumbers, welders, electricians, carpenters, people who use their hands to build things, people who interact with the physical environment, with the built environment, are some of the most secure people in their jobs right now. And usually we think about TVET as something that the dumb people do, right? Something that those who were not able to pass their exams, those who were not able to achieve academically, they go into TVET. That is absolutely untrue. Some of the smartest, most talented people have TVET jobs. And it's even more important now for Africans because, like I said, AI is automating away a lot of jobs. So pay attention to the TVET space and find a niche where possibly you can excel. Next slide, please. Now, why is it that as much as we need TVET skills, we are not getting there yet, right? The government, especially this government, has been putting a lot of focus on TVET skills. But at the same time, our ability to train properly is not there. You have a lot of people doing TVET, but they are not getting the jobs. Why? We have an infrastructure gap. How many people have actually done work in an in a lab, right? In like a chemistry lab. How many of you do chemistry here? Physics, any science topic. Have you been in a functional ICT lab where you have all the machines that you're supposed to be using in your job? It's very rare. Even at the university level, even in technical universities, you don't have these things. So what do? You want to work in a pharmaceutical company and manufacture drugs. But there are very few environments where you can actually go and feel like you are in a pharmaceutical manufacturing environment. What do? You simulate that environment. So when you go out there, you can put on a headset that makes you feel as if you are in a pharmaceutical manufacturing environment. You do everything like you're supposed to do in a pharmaceutical manufacturing environment. There's something called PPEs, protective gear, that protects you from all the chemicals. You have to learn to wear it, right, in VR. When you go in, you see all the tubes, all the chemicals that you're supposed to be mixing, and you can spend hours in these simulations, make mistakes over and over and over again until you perfect your routine. After that, when you go into an actual ICT lab or a pharmaceutical lab, you feel like you've been there before, right? You've seen the equipment before, even though it may not have been physical, but in a virtual simulation, you've actually undertaken all these activities. So schools, the government, organizations like JICA, organizations that are represented here, They want to teach the skills. But to be able to do that, they need to set up a $100 million facility. And that's taking away the opportunities for you, because maybe that facility is based only in Accra, and you are based in the north or in the west, right? So these simulations allow you to have these environments, practice your skills repeatedly. Usually in an ICT lab or in a school, you only get one try. You do it 15 minutes and then you have to go, because guess what? Somebody has to come after you. But in a virtual environment, you get to repeat, make mistakes as much as possible. All right? So that's why 3D real-time is important in addressing that infrastructure and capital gap that we have. Next slide, please. So as I said, AI took away a lot of tasks, but there's some areas that are still remaining as extremely relevant or important. One of these is judgment, right? So you may know what to do, you may know how to do it, but increasingly you need to know why you need to do something, right? So the example I gave again, a doctor will use an X-ray machine to scan you. That's not the work of the doctor. Using the X-ray machine is not the work. The X-ray machine is a tool, right? How to use the X-ray machine is a skill. But there's an extra layer on top of it, right? That is called the judgment layer or the taste layer. So today, everybody has access to AI tools. But what are you building? And why are you building it? Right? What's the taste that you bring to the table? So somebody who designed a website that looks like a 5-year-old designed it, and someone who designed a website that looks like a professional designed it, but they are using the same AI tool. Right? So your ability to judge why exactly something needs to be done and implementing your taste is extremely important today. And AI is able to write all the code. AI is able to do all the analysis. Some people have spent 20 years learning these things. Today, AI can do it. So where do you pay attention to now? Like I said, judgment and taste. Why should you do something? Why is it important? Who is it affecting? And how can I improve on this system? All right, next slide, please. Okay, so as I said, the what, how, and why framework. You need to understand why you are doing anything, because the what and how layers are being quickly automated by AI. That's very easy. I can pick up any model and write a questionnaire that others might use 5 years to write. But why are you undertaking that specific activity? That's the kind of question that you need to be thinking about as youth. Please go forward. I'm sure I have like 5 minutes. Oops. Yes. So where are the new fields opening? Right? I have a number of fields here: safety, security, and evaluations. Now, we all know that AIs are capable of doing a lot. But I don't know who heard that the US government banned some of the AIs before they were released to the public. In fact, they were released to the public and then they were then banned. Then they were moderated before they were re-released again. This is an exceptionally important area of AI now. At my school, at Medulla, we do something we call evaluations. Your job after any AI model comes out is to try and break it. Try and make the AI do something that it's not supposed to do. Try and find where the weaknesses are, and there are always weaknesses. There are some people who are doing this in a very funny way. There's a guy who takes an AI system and tells the AI, count from 1 to 100 for me. After this, try it and see if the AI will actually count from 1 to 100. It never does. It's supposed to be the smartest thing in the world, but why can't you count 1 to 100? Right? These are things we call evaluations. And evaluations allow the model providers and policy makers to understand where the gaps are so that they can fill it. And this is one of the most lucrative areas in AI development now. Agents and computer use. Now you can use AI agents to take over your browser and do any activity that you want. This is another interesting area. Physical AI. Who knows that AI hallucinates? Who has had an AI lie to them before? Has your AI lied to you before? Yes. I'm here to tell you that at some level, your AI will always lie to you. Always. Why? Because it's made up of words. When an AI says an apple is sweet, right? it doesn't actually understand that the apple is sweet. It just knows that apple usually goes with the word sweet. So it matches that and then tells you that the apple is sweet. But in terms of actually understanding why the apple is sweet, it doesn't know. And that central truth is why a lot of people are beginning to implement what we call physical AI. AI that understands the physical environment. So you can go onto new tools that are coming out now and say, I want a person eating an apple. And you will see someone biting into the apple, and you can feel the crunchiness. You can see, and then it helps you to empathize why an apple may actually be sweet, right? So you can go onto a platform now and model an environment, a physical interaction using AI. And this is one of the more interesting frontiers coming up now. Like I said, physical AI goes a lot with world models. You can go onto a tool called Marble. Google has some world model tools. And Unity also has tools that can help you develop a world, right? So you want a factory world. You want a medical world. You can create a world where everyone is a frog, maybe because you like frogs. We've just talked about Japan. You can create an environment that looks and feels like Japan. Someone wears the headset, and they put it in, and then it's like they're in Tokyo. Maybe you can go there, and we can get you a simulation for Tokyo. There are many on YouTube. People walking around in Tokyo and filming it in 3D virtual reality so that it feels like you're there. This is another very interesting area that as young people you can pay attention to. And then 3D printing, right? Who knows that now you can print almost a whole house in 3D? Who's seen that before? You can model a house, right, on your machine in 3D. And there are 3D printers that you just go and then print it, just like that. So you can tell that this is a very important area that 3D allows you to be able to enter. Next slide, please. So with AI, there are different couple of paradigms that are coming out now. A lot of us go to Claude, ChatGPT, and then you just chat to it, right? That's one way to use AI. But increasingly, there are things we call harnesses, agent harnesses. Who knows what a harness is? A harness you put on a horse. That's what a harness is. The horse is very smart in its own way, right? It's very powerful. You can ride a horse from here to wherever. But if you don't have a harness, that thing that you use to direct the horse, trust me, you won't get there in 2 days or 3 days. It will take you forever. The horse can ride, or it will take you there if you know how to guide it. So agent harnesses are important, right? They allow you to steer your horse, which is your AI, into the direction that you want it to do. I have 1 minute left, so please let's go ahead quickly. Yes, so as I said, an AI doesn't understand why an apple is sweet. Let's go ahead. Yes, so as I said, there are also world models, right? You can go in and prompt a world and then try to implement the activities that you might see in a world. Next slide, please. Digital twins. So you can have this beautiful hotel in a digital format. You have it in virtual reality. You can walk through all the rooms. Why is this important? Usually stakeholders need to see how something is going before they get there. Imagine you're a nurse and you're going to work in a hospital that has 305 rooms. You've never been there, and every day you get to work and you're lost. You can use the VR to practice where each room is and understand your situation before you get there. But digital twins don't just stop there. There's a two-way flow of information. So sometimes you're able to get the heat, the amount of people in the building by looking at the digital twin, right? I won't explain too much, but this is another, again, one of the areas that's really becoming important across a number of industries, from cities to agriculture, energy, health, logistics. So there's so much you can do with digital twins. Go ahead, please. Now, as I said, you can simulate any activity, right? That's like learning how to drive a tractor, learning how to operate a solar or EV machine. But there are some of you who are doing psychology, social sciences, and you think you're left out. Nope. VR is actually becoming very important for behavioral training. So I worked with a lady once who helps people who have had mental health challenges and are sometimes drug addicts, are trying to recover from their drug use, right? But they haven't been challenged. So they'll go to the rehab, they are there for 6 months, but they want to put them in a real world where there are some drugs without actually putting them close to drugs. They put them in a VR headset and they walk into the bar where there's a lot of alcohol, there's a lot of people smoking, doing drugs, and they learn the ability to restrain themselves from going there. You do this over so many times, and you'll be surprised how resilient your mind is from resisting negative activities, from resisting drugs. Some people are going through depression. Sometimes they are in such a dark place, they just need to see the rain and the sun and have a good time. VR is becoming one of the important ways to help with that. Next slide, please. So as a psychology person, you may want to design an interaction, maybe in Tokyo, right, that helps people to be in a natural environment like you would see in one of the gardens in Tokyo. And that will help uplift their mental health. This is a very significant area. Another thing is smart glasses. Right? How many of you here have smart glasses? No one in here has smart glasses? Wow, you need to get yourself a pair. Because very soon, smart glasses are going to become as ubiquitous as phones. Because many of you don't know, my time is up, but many of you don't know you are able to put apps, you're able to design applications onto your smart glasses. One of the most interesting areas now is for people with disability. So the smart glasses has a video camera, right? But there are a lot of people who can't see. They are challenged with their vision. Can you design something that helps disabled people to navigate a factory floor? Can you design something that helps them to find help if they should trip? That will help them to navigate dangerous situations. I think one of our colleagues here was talking about security, that in Nairobi and where I've spent a lot of time in South Africa, it's very dangerous. So if you are about to be robbed and they see you putting out your phone, first they'll slap you and take your phone, but they'll be even more annoyed that you are trying to report them. But if you have the smart glasses, you start recording and you call for help with a button on your phone, on your glasses, right? So it's becoming extremely important, even for people in the work area. Sometimes you go to a factory, you don't know how to use a certain machine. The smart glasses can detect what the machine is and give you a breakdown of how to implement certain activities using the machine. So this is, again, another important area that young people need to be focusing on and then spending their time learning. Next slide, please. They're going to kick me out of here very soon. So you can learn a lot of things: pharmaceutical manufacturing, energy and grid, right? Solar is becoming one of the most important areas. Mining and heavy plant. Mining companies have jobs for you, young people. You just need to learn how to use virtual reality, smart glasses, to get ahead of those who maybe have been learning for a while and learn all the things that they are doing without the actual facilities. There's health and surgery. People are able to put on smart glasses as surgeons and receive help from someone in the US because the glasses is streaming the surgery and they are getting support from someone from somewhere else. All right? Aviation and transport. People are able to have the cockpit in their smart glasses and then are able to fly a plane with the support of smart glasses and VR. Emergency response. Someone talked about flooding here. Right? We had a lot of flooding recently. And NADMO and emergency response people, they didn't know what to do. But if they have smart glasses and VR, they've rehearsed the process of rescuing someone from a river that is flowing so heavily. They have the behavioral knowledge, right? It helps them to prepare for disaster response. Next slide, please. So the application layer is there. The hardware is there. Virtual reality is there. Smart glasses is there, right? But it's up to you to build that application layer. Someone talked about detecting plants that are about to die. All these are application layers that you can put on top of your smart glasses or on top of your innovations. All right? Next slide, please. I don't know if I'll be able to finish all my slides. Next one. Yes, we've already talked about this. Next one, please. Yes, so as youth today, right, I need you to pick one area, one key thing that you want to focus on from all of that I've just said, right? Is it going to be AI safety and security? Are you going to go and bother your mom? Mom, I need smart glasses now to learn a few things. I need to learn virtual reality. Pick one thing and try and move from vision to action, all right? And learn something for yourself because the world is changing and there are new jobs that are coming up. So it's up to you to see the opportunities and then steer yourself in that direction. Thank you all very much, and I hope you will see some of you tomorrow at our center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray, for such an insightful and interesting session. I learned a lot. So we will keep moving and turn from technology and entrepreneurship to something more personal, understanding the story that each of us brings to the work we do. Our next session is Organizing for Change, Discovering Your Story. To lead us through this session, please welcome Yuki Yasumiba, co-founder of Africa Asia Youth Nest. Yuki, over to you.
Hi, everyone. To be honest, how many of you are kind of getting tired of listening to other stories? How many of you? Honestly speaking, I am. So how many of you? Be honest, maybe. Yeah, I know. So I'm going to facilitate this session, but this session is for you. It's about your storytelling. So I know that you are kind of getting tired, so maybe to energize yourself, can you stand up? Yes, please. Thank you for your cooperation. And during this session, we are going to have a story sharing in your group. So what I want you to do is to make a group of 5%. But try your best to formulate the group with someone you don't know. Also, try your best to mix the nationality. So maybe some volunteers, facilitators, secretariat team, can you help the floor to formulate the group of 5 people? I will give you 2 minutes. Please organize to make a group of 5 people. You can move around. When you finished formulating a group of 5, just raise your hand so that I can know whether everyone is finished. Time is ticking, please. Have you finished? Don't think too much, too. Group of 5. 5 is the maximum number. Thank you, thank you. So when you finish, maybe you can raise your hand or maybe sit down so that I can know everyone is ready. Everyone is ready. Are there any lonely birds there? Yes, someone is raising hand. Thank you very much, everyone, for your coordination. By the way, I think I forgot to mention my name. My name is Yasumi Bayuki. I am a Japanese and also founder of one of this Ticket Youth Initiative. And the theme of this session is discovering your story. So today we've talked about many important issues today, such as like creating a change, entrepreneurship, AI, digital skills, etc., etc. But those facts help you to understand. But stories help people care. Stories make an issue personal. They show what happened, why it matters to you, and what you choose to do. So if you want to move people to make a social change, don't only tell them what the problem is. Show them why it matters to you. And here's story is important. And also, storytelling is a skill. There is a skill. Again, I will say it. Storytelling is a skill. If you tell your story randomly, maybe you would not have enough influence to impact other people. Again, storytelling is a skill. And today, I will teach you one simple tip, how to structure your story to effectively mobilize people. That is challenge, choice, and change structure. Can you move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. So you will structure your story from challenge, including what happened, what difficulty, uncertainty, or opportunity did you face? And after explaining your challenge, you will then explain the choice. What did you decide to do against that challenge, sorry. And this is probably the most important part, choice. We don't understand someone's value simply because, yes, they tell us what they believe. We see their values through the choices they make, choices you make. And the last part is a change. What happened because of that, your choice? What changed in you? What did you learn? So when you tell your story, let's tell in this order. First, the challenge, then the choice, and finally, the change. Actually, this structure is often utilized in the public speaking, such as like a presidential election. For example, President Obama utilized this structure: challenge, choice, and change. So maybe when you have a time at home, you can watch the Obama's speech YouTube, and you can easily find this structure: challenge, choice, change. So in this way, your story will become more powerful. So again, as I said, this is your turn. Today, in this session, you will create 1 minute. I know it's a lot to tell in 1 minute, but 1 minute story of yourself. This is not your whole life story. It is one meaningful moment that reveals what you value. So in your group, you will have 1 minute to tell your story in this structure. But before doing that, maybe we can invite some senpai or a change maker to this stage to demonstrate the great example of this structure. So I invite Miss Marina to the stage to present as one of the example in this structure. So Marina-san, please. So I have one assignment when you listen to her speech. please identify which part was the challenge, which part was her choice, and which part was her change. Pay attention to that. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah. It will be the shortest speech of this event. I'll try my best. So, for more than 10 years, Africa has been my dream continent. I started dreaming of Africa when I met people from across Africa during my studies. Through my African friends, I learned about their cultures, tradition, food, music. I fell in love with their culture. I was honestly very spoiled by my African friends. And then I also discovered many similarities between African cultures and Japanese culture. Despite my curiosity, for a long time I kept Africa as a dream. I had a job in Japan. I wasn't very happy with my job, but then I was okay. I had my family, my friend, and a comfortable life. So I kept telling myself, maybe one day I will go to Africa. Then something very sad happened that has changed my life. It was one of the most painful moments of my life. And then it made me realize something very simple. We only get one life. And then I shouldn't wait for someone to make my dream come true. I had known that I knew what I wanted for more than 10 years, but I had never turned that dream into a clear goal. So I decided to act. I took one bag and then started traveling across Africa to understand the continent through its people, communities, and realities, not simply as a tourist. Then I wanted to understand Africa even more deeply. So I went back to studies, university, pursued my master's degree in sustainable development in Africa. And eventually my dream became a reality. I came to Abidjan and started working in Côte d'Ivoire as a development consultant. Today I work on a development project in education and health, but particularly focusing on fishing communities, including Ghanaian fishing community in Côte d'Ivoire, and on how we can support sustainable development for communities who live dependent on the ocean. So when I look back, I realized that my original dream has become something much bigger. I dreamed of coming to Africa. Now I'm working in Africa, and I have the opportunity to connect Japan and Africa through a development project. And this experience taught me something important. Dreaming is beautiful, but dreaming alone is not enough. At some point, you have to turn your dream into a clear goal. Then you have to take action. You don't need to know exactly where the journey will take you. You just need to set a goal and take the first step. But I don't only want to talk about my goals anymore. I now want to understand my purpose, because dreams give us direction. Goals give us something to achieve, but purpose tells us why we are doing it. So my message is simple. Set a clear goal, take action, and eventually discover your purpose. That is what I did, and I'm still on the journey.
Thank you very much, Marina-san. And what do you think? Don't you feel Marina-san closer to you? Yeah, with this structure of storytelling. So, and also you can clearly recognize which part was the challenge, which part was the choice, and which part was the change. I won't walk through one by one, but because I want to maximize the time for you to tell your story with your friends. Okay, next slide, please. So again, I will give each one of you to do 1 minute speech of your story. Don't talk about your life. Choose the episode that describes you the most. And then try to structure your story in the challenge, choice, and change structure. You don't have to make it perfect. Just find a moment that tells us something about what you value. Okay, so let's start in this way. So please form, you have already formed a group of 5, so choose people, you have already chosen the people you don't know yet. And also choose one timekeeper. And that one timekeeper is very important because you have to strictly stick to the rule of 1 minute. So each one of you will do a speech of 1 minute, and the timekeeper has to check it, whether that was within the 1 minute, okay? And once everybody finished their 1 minute speech, discuss as a group your shared values, common challenges, strengths, resources, opportunities for African and Japan collaboration. So now I will give you 20 minutes-ish to complete these tasks. Are you ready? Are you ready? You. So now please start with your group member. Go ahead. Okay, time is almost up. Please summarize in your group. If all of your members in your group finished, just discuss what kind of things you have in common, shared values. Okay. I am sorry, but time is up. Sorry. Can I get your attention, please? Can I get your attention, please, everyone? Thank you. Finish up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0.9. Finish up. 0.8. Hi, can I get your attention, please? Sorry, I know you have a lot of stories you want to share, but can I get your attention, please? Thank you. Hi. Sorry. Thank you. I would like to continue my short speech. Can I get your attention, everyone? Thank you. So how was your storytelling session? Can I get your attention, please? Thank you. How was your storytelling session? Was it easier for you to structure your story with challenge, choice, and change structure? And again, this structure was built with a theory, so-called community organization. This community organization theory was built by one of the famous professor at the Harvard University. So this challenge, choice, and change framework is very well known and also often used. As I said, President Obama also utilized this structure to convince the citizens of the United States of America to choose him. Because with this structure, they can personalize the personality of Obama so that they can feel the president feel closer to them. So I think it's simple but very useful. And also what I want to emphasize with this session is that social change always starts from stories of you. So I know there are a lot of social challenges in the world, and also like data are important. I know digital skills are important, but don't forget to tell your story. And sorry, but I want to pick up some best storytellers from this floor. And I know it's not something a bit democratic, but please choose one best storyteller in your group. And when I said 1, 2, 3, are you with me? When I say 1, 2, 3, please point out the person who you think who was the best storyteller. But please choose someone other than you, of course. Are you ready? Have you decided your mind? So, 3, 2, 1. Who was your best? Who was it? So I can see that here is someone very strong.
Yeah, here.
This, who?
Yeah, here. Yeah, here.
I am very confused. Who was selected more than 3 people? Who was selected more than 3 people? Okay, I want to invite you to present in front of everyone. Sorry. Yeah, I will come. So, madam, no, I see, sorry. As I said, this is not something democratic and also tentative. Hi, can I ask you to share your story in 1 minute? And you're from, oh, this is Liberia. Honestly speaking, this is my first time to see someone from Liberia. Thank you very much. So can you share a story? And please say your name. So please start.
My name is Lucia Nyeni, and I'm from Liberia. So my story has to do with myself because I got a master's in 2024, returned home with so much hope that I will have a job to do, to offer something to my country, but unfortunately it took a year without getting a job. So it led me to funding my organization called Cerebroplasty Liberia. And now we are impacting a lot of young people. Liberia have 15 counties. Out of the 15, my organization is operating in 9 of the 15 counties. And we were accredited by the United Nations for the upcoming United Nations Water Conference. So we are impacting young people from across Liberia. And I'm also grateful to be here because I was just appointed by the World Food Forum Liberia chapter to lead Young Women Empowerment Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One youth action leader from Liberia. Thank you very much. And I would like to pick up one last person. Yes, I can see this. Yeah, who was that? Can I ask your name? Which one? Both of. Which one? Choose one. I would pick lady because I am a lady, sorry. So, Sisterhood here. Can I ask your name and also share your 1-minute story?
My name is Nasiba Abbas, and my story is simply a story about my community. Growing up, my community is a Beka community, and we have a lot of issues regarding pollution and flooding. Every time it floods, the rains enter our houses and so on and so forth. And so my friend and I decided to start advocacy. We decided that the challenge was too big for us to handle alone. So we needed to encourage the community to create cleanup exercises every month, at the same time educate them on climate action and sustainability. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And sorry, I know time is ticking, but since there was no Japanese storyteller, I would like to invite one person, not yet decided, but I would like to call for a volunteer who would like to share their personal story. Can I get any Japanese? Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, you cannot run away. Welcome.
So my name is Kea. So one of the challenges I had was breaking my bone on my left shoulder while skiing, and that was like one of the times where I had to get away from sports for like a period of time, and which was like a really difficult thing for me. But the choice I made was to listen to the doctor and be patient. And as a result, I healed faster than expected. So the lesson I learned from here is that patience, sometimes being patient is important. And although it's not good to just wait for chances, sometimes like the best thing to do is just rest, I guess. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like that. And I'm also really proud of him that he transformed his challenges as a lesson to grow himself up. I am very impressed by that. Thank you very much. And I know time is ticking, so I would like to, I think I should close this session. I know time is limited, but I should close this session. And thank you very much for actively participating in this session today. Thank you very much. So, MCs? No MCs? So maybe while waiting for that, MCs, can you show the slide maybe? Sorry for your inconvenience. Sorry. So we're very again sorry that the inconvenience we're causing. But maybe to maximize this time, if you can share one thing your group found in common in this Mentimeter, so that I can keep this memory with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you everyone. We are now entering the final part of today's daytime program. Before we close, let's take a moment to reflect on what we've heard, what has challenged us, and what we want to carry forward. We begin with reflections and key takeaways. I would like to invite Terry Otieno, Yuki Yasumiba to guide us through our reflections.
Good evening, young people. It's me again. I hope you're not. Are you tired of seeing me or hearing me? Maybe, but guess what? I'm here to just hear from you this time round. So, Yuki is also here with me, so we're going to close this real quickly. But to entice you, we are going to start with announcements. So, announcement 1. We have dinner. We have dinner organized and arranged for all of us. And that dinner will be at 7.
Where?
Here. And so, here's the catch. We want you to be dressed up in your favorite cultural something. So you have really cool shoes that you made by yourself. You have some kitenge. You have some hand-woven headscarf. You don't have to be fully dressed up, but just something. That is if you can get it. Because this is a cultural night. So we have cultural night and it's coming with dinner. So at least that is enticing enough, right? And it starts at 6:30. So, yeah. Now, let's get to the closing. Now, on that note, anyone wants to tell me what they think and how they felt about TCAD Youth Drive 2026? This is a reflection session. So, anyone who quickly wants to tell me? Oh, I didn't know I sound this good. You want me to continue talking? Okay, let's get someone, one person to tell me what their reflection about the day. Okay, microphone. Yay.
Hi everyone, my name is Kondolisana Kwe Adi and I'm from the University of Ghana. So my message is just going to be 2 words: take action. I think a lot of the time we decide to deliberate on things or we want things to be perfect before we take the first step. But today I've learned that irrespective of anything, I should take the first step even with fear of the unknown. Thank you.
Can we go one last person? Okay. Sorry.
All right, thank you. My name is Joshua Kofisoku, and what I learned today is in life is filled with failures, but don't look at failures and say you won't take a step. When you fail, just put yourself together and go for whatever you want to achieve. And everything in this life is achievable. Thank you.
Can we invite one last person?
Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Diamond Excel Samuel, an international student at the University of Ghana. Thank you. For me, it was very informative, but what I'm taking to the other international students is action. We have a lot of plans and initiatives, but we need to act on them and bridge the gap as young people. We are the bridge. Thank you.
All right. So let's end the reflections at this moment. And thank you so much for sharing. So I would like to share how the day has been for me as a participant and an organizer. But guess what? When we meet for cultural dinner, ask me that question and I will reflect with you. I rather prefer a one-on-one reflection session. All right, and that's it. So I'm going to allow Yuki to come in.
Come in what? Come in what?
Do you want to say?
All right. So now we want to get to a final point where we are signing the declaration. This declaration is titled The Capital City of Ghana. So what's the title of our declaration? What? Oh, shoot. No, like, what's the name of the capital city of Ghana? Exactly. So we have the Accra Declaration that is going to be signed here today because this is where we have gathered, and as a policy forum, we have to get a policy engine that will carry forth our message from this forum to the next. So we are looking forward to the TICAD Ministerial Conference and TICAD TEM in 2028 and 2029. And so these will be the policy that will be used to share our perspectives and our evolved voices and needs and call for actions from when we met in Japan in last year during TICAD 9. And so I will allow Yuki to just read the first 2 paragraphs of the preamble for us to get a gist of what it's about before I call in the signatories.
Okay, the preamble. Okay, this is my first time doing this kind of thing, so I am a bit nervous. Sorry for inconvenience. Okay. Whew. The Accra Declaration, Youth Agenda 2055, From Vision to Action, adopted by delegates of the TICAD Youth Strive 2026 at Manswick Grand Hotel, Accra, Ghana, 13th August 2026. Preamble. We, the 300 youth leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators, and changemakers of Africa and Japan gathered in Accra, Ghana from 13th to 14th August 2026 at the TICAD Youth Strive 2026 under the theme Youth Agenda 2055, From Vision to Action, recalling that our journey began not with institutions, but with a question put to our own generation. What future do we want? Recalling the vision we shared at the earliest Africa-Japan youth tribes that followed, and drafting process that carried those visions into policy. That's the second paragraph.
All right, so you now get to hear what the policy is about, and you will get copies of them tomorrow when we assemble for the tours, all right? For anyone who wants to read them. All right, so I call upon the president of the Pan-African Youth Union, Momin Diala, to join us. Bring me your pen. Diala. All right, Diala, bring me your pen. Is Amy here? You see Amy? I don't have glasses. We also call upon the co-founder of Africa Youth Asia Nest, Ami Nishijima. Please join us on stage. Okay. So, Momin is going to be the first one to sign the declaration, and it comes in 3 copies.
Can I?
Yes, and you can also say something before you sign. Just now, you'll sign here.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Say something.
It's okay now. And I think so. We are signing the declaration that you need. Here is your ideas, what you think is good for you, and we decide as the Pan-Africa Youth Union to support this implementation with diaspora network in Japan. And we think so this implementation need your action also. Both this organization in our organization cannot only. If we want to push young people must move. If we are moving together, we can arrive. If there is a action here and no action here, the implementation will be very complicated for us. And we need action from all of us here in order to move. And tomorrow or next year, if we meet each other, it is to discuss to another issues, not to be in the same issues. I think so. This is the Africa that you want. We have to build it together. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Africa Diaspora Youth Network, I will sign the declaration as well. Okay.
You can come inside. Number 3. One more.
I also signed. Thank you very much.
Do we have Amy? Yes, please come. Look at her, look at her. She's exercising. All right, thank you. So, sign number 4 on all this. Wait. Okay, number 4.
Signed.
Did you finish? Okay, stand here. No, stand here. Put the laptop down. All of us stand in front of you like this, but it is so you can take a picture. Okay. Is this on?
We now declare the Accra Declaration signed, recognized, adopted, and will now be pushed forward towards the other policy forums that we've mentioned. Let's clap. Thank you.
Okay, cool. And then
Okay, thank you very much. And we are about to finish, but we have several information, also reminder for you. Can you, someone move the slide to the next, please? My PC. Yes. Oh, the QR code is not working. I will post it on the WhatsApp and also send it by email. But we are planning to do a youth ticket online event, so-called Youth Ticket Reunion, a co-creation dialogue scheduled on 23rd of this month. And this reunion, we are going to invite youth leaders who participated the several events we hosted in the past. So you are also invited too. And we think that this is a great opportunity for us to reconnect and also find a new friendship or network in the community we'll build in. So again, this is an online event and everyone is welcomed. So if you're interested in, this is scheduled on 23rd of August. And this will also be hosted by Africa Youth Nest, Africa Diaspora Network Japan, with a collaboration of UNDP and JICA. Thank you very much. And also, Kotone will be the speaker again, so we can listen to the other stories of Kotone as well. Okay, next slide, please. And also, today is a really important day because we just launched Africa-Japan Youth Association. They are launched by those two ladies. And as they announced, we are just distributing a Google form for those who are interested in this activity so that you can catch up our next activities. So if you're interested in, do not forget to subscribe through this form. And I suppose Miss Carol also shared this QR code on WhatsApp, so if you can also fill it up later. Thank you. That's all from all of my information and also reminder. And Ami will make another important reminder for the arrangement of tomorrow.
All right. Before Ami comes to let you know which tour organization you signed up for and where you qualified to go tomorrow, I want to let you all know that while you are changing your outfit into the cultural ones and all, we have a really beautiful booth here and we will want you to come and take pictures so we can also interview you to get to know how you have felt, how today was, and also what it is you're doing as an African young person to build the future you want. So I'll be on that beautiful stand and hopefully I get to see you. But before you come, Ami is going to let you know where you're going to go tomorrow. Ami, are you ready?
Okay, this is a final announcement. So day 2, some of you going to the tour. So either Toyota Tsusho, Animax, FYB Love, Study Studio, or Medulla. So you have observed the virtual reality. So everyone I call from now, please come to the hotel front, 9 a.m. At 9 a.m. The bus will come and you will be picked up, then bring to the office, okay? 9 a.m. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Please come to the hotel front. So now I'm calling the name for the selected person. I'm sorry for all the person we cannot select because there is a limited space. So as we announced, the first served in the form. Okay, I'm calling for Toyota Tsusho's tour. Kobena Boakie, Christopher Ule Shibiri, Stephanie Gifty Coleman Mumba, Richmond Coffee Banfo Ajale, Josephine Devla, Jennifer Janfi, Loretta Awa, Farway Abdul Halim Suguro, far away Abdul Halim Suguro. Lucia Yeni. Tokunaga Rika-san. Cyril Coffee Jason Offoli. Cyril Coffee Jason Offoli. Idris Barkis. Addison Luz Setornam. Ablefi Akese Bempom. Wanye Mashu. Rachel Akosa Frimpon Afili. Victor Seilam Ekishi. Ahiatsi Suzy Ama. Sumaila Adam. Michael Akum. Moses Arthur Baidu. Baidu Samuel Kwek Amanor. Asante Michael Akufo. Stephanie Nkansa. Natido Jonas. Avi Rudolph. Bernard Otu Apia. Katie Masa. Nathaniel Asante. Alva Odame. Odell Christiana Ware. Rosemont Jennifer Nkansa. Diana Say. Georgia Dawa Grant. Christopher Hayford. Haruna Muntara. Salam to Sao Pauni Salif. That's members I called overall is for Toyota Tsusho. Please come to the hotel reception 9 a.m. Next, Animax FIB Studio. Zakaria Abdul Rauf. Gloria Oath for the Jew. Theophilus Eako Doce. Durindua Ajeman. Richard Siga. Avil John Bongai. Aflim Emmanuel. Lukaya Haridu. Diamond Excel Samuel. Alex Franco Maseco. Paddy Victoria. Condoliza na Aquea Adi. Blago Yevoa Winifred. Michael Kwabena Sylvester. Paul Honkani. Eunice Abedi. Ebenezer Gibson Amisa. Isaac Sarif. Kuaten Cecilia Nyarko. Solomon Jr. Ajay. Christiana Ama Ahu. Nashiba Abbas. That's members for Animax FIB Studio. Please come to the hotel lobby 9 a.m. Finally, Medulla Media School. Joseph Opok Afflier. Jampo Caleb. Osafo Goldsmith Ivy. Zaria Ibrahim. Seilam Atiepoe Fritz. Tum Pamela. Osafo Goldsmith Ivy. Umehara Hatsune-san. Adolfo Bar Emmanuel. So that is for Medulla. But if you are not called at this moment, please just come to me after this session. So of course, for the Medulla, please come to the hotel lobby at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your concentration. And clap for your all. So now you are changing the clothes if you have, and then coming back to the restaurant, you eat the place you eat lunch around 6:30. 6:30. So you have time. You can, of course, exchange your ideas, greeting, and please make a friend to make action together. Thank you very much.
So now it's all finished today's program, so we will let you free. Prepare yourself for the cultural dinner, or if you're interested in, please stop by the booth outside. We have the media booth, and also the person who made a presentation about the AI is also standing there at his own booth. So maybe if you're interested in talking with him, you can stop by. Thank you very much, and looking forward to see you soon.